Sound check.
Okay, great.
1 2 1 2.
Yeah, the thing which claps like. Okay, so we are continuing today to read Freud's The Unconscious, and we are joined by our based comrade Kerem and Rudi and me, Łukasz, and we can either if you have some thoughts, or then we can do that, or we can just continue.
No, let's just continue. I have given this reading a title now, even in the hallway channel. It's now I am home and I'm sick. Time to read Freud.
That should be the name of the playlist. I will do that probably. Okay, good. Who wants to start?
I can do it. Okay. Second, various meanings of the unconscious, the topographical point of view. Before going any further, let us state the important, though inconvenient fact that the attribute of being unconscious is only one feature that is found in the psychical and is by no means sufficient fully to characterize it. There are psychical acts of very varying value which yet agree in possessing the characteristic of being unconscious. The unconscious comprises, on the one hand, acts which are merely latent, temporarily unconscious, but which differ in no other respect from conscious ones, and, on the other hand, processes such as repressed ones, which, if they were to become conscious, would be bound to stand out in the crudest contrast to the rest of the conscious processes. It would put an end to all misunderstandings if, from now on, in describing the various kinds of psychical acts, we were to disregard the question of whether they were conscious or unconscious, and were to classify and correlate them only according to their relation to instincts and aims, according to their composition, and according to which of the hierarchy of psychic systems they belong to. This, however, is for various reasons impracticable, so that we cannot escape the ambiguity of using the words conscious and unconscious, sometimes in a descriptive and sometimes in a systematic sense, in which latter they signify inclusion in particular systems and possessions of certain characteristics. We might attempt to avoid confusion by giving the psychical systems which we have distinguished certain arbitrarily chosen names which have no reference to the attribute of being conscious. Only we should first have to specify what the grounds are on which we distinguish the systems, and in doing this, we should not be able to evade the attribute of being conscious, seeing that it forms the point of departure for all our investigations. Perhaps we may lack for some assistance from the proposal to employ, at any rate in writing, the abbreviation CS for consciousness and UCS for what is unconscious when we are using the two words in the systematic sense.
This, like, we.
Yeah.
I don't remember from which year this essay is, 1915, but so already we can see the problem in ambiguity. So like, Leon Brenner talked about, like, there are, like, often you encounter the phrase like unconscious guilt or unconscious affects, but like Freud says that there are no unconscious affects, and this ambiguity is problematic. And like also we can already see what will take place in the second topography. So like the ego, id, and superego. Like id is unconscious, superego is like somewhere in between unconscious and conscious, and parts of the ego are also unconscious. So that's, they don't correspond to the two topographies, don't correspond to one another. It's interesting.
Yeah, yeah. I'm just checking. German version. Yeah, it's too long now to find out when he wrote this essay.
I mean, I can look at
Okay.
the file. It's fine.
Yeah. Okay. So should we continue for now?
Yeah, sure.
Proceeding now to an account of the positive findings of psychoanalysis, we may say that in general, a psychical act goes through two phases as regards its state, between which is interposed a kind of testing, censorship. In the first phase, the psychical act is unconscious and belongs to the system UCS. If, on testing, it is rejected by the censorship, it is not allowed to pass into the second phase. It is then said to be repressed and must remain unconscious. If, however, it passes this testing, it enters the second phase. It thenceforth belongs to the second system, which we will call the system CS. But the fact that it belongs to that system does not yet unequivocally determine its relation to consciousness. It is not yet conscious, but it is certainly capable of becoming conscious, to use Breuer's expression. That is, it can now, given certain conditions, become an object of consciousness without any special resistance. In consideration of this capacity for becoming conscious, we also call the system CS, the pre-conscious. If it should turn out that a certain censorship also plays a part in determining whether the pre-conscious becomes conscious, we shall discriminate more sharply between the systems PCS and CS. For the present, let it suffice us to bear in mind that the system PCS shares the characteristics of the system CS, and that the rigorous censorship exercises its office at the point of transition from the UCS to the PCS, or bracketed out, or CS. By accepting the existence of these two or three psychical systems, psychoanalysis has departed a step further from the descriptive psychology of consciousness and has raised new problems and acquired a new content. Up till now, it has differed from that psychology mainly by reason of its dynamic view of mental processes. Now, in addition, it seems to take account of psychotopography as well, and to indicate in respect of any given mental act within what system or between what systems it takes place. On account of this attempt, too, it has been given the name of depth psychology. Here that it can be further enriched by taking yet another point of view into account.
We can
If
just a single thing, like a short one. So, in the preceding paragraph, he mentioned two things, like censorship, which is supposed to filter between the unconscious and the preconscious, or preconscious and conscious. And later he said repression. And I will drop this here and leave it, but Lacan makes a big fuss in one of the seminars out of the distinction. So he basically says that resistance is not censorship. Like resistance is occurs within psychoanalysis as a situation, and censorship is like universal. So censorship belongs to every psyche, and like resistance is what manifests itself within the analytical situation. That's that.
Then resistance is part of transference, right?
Yeah, exactly. He basically like resistance is what manifests
that
itself.
sense.
Yeah, it consists in like in the relationship it shows up, and censorship it doesn't, like you don't have to be in any actual relationship like encountering or talking in order for censorship to be active.
Yeah, like dream censorship is not a conscious something you can be aware of at all.
Yeah, and
Okay.
what makes this
Yeah.
censorship is also interesting, but I think he will mention it later. So, yeah.
If we are to take the topography of mental acts seriously, we must direct our interest to a doubt which arises at this point. When a psychical act, let us confine ourselves here to one which is in the nature of an idea, is transposed from the system UCS into the system CS or PCS, are we to suppose that this transposition involves a fresh record, as it were a second registration of the idea in question, which may thus be situated as well in a fresh psychical locality, and alongside of which the original unconscious registration continues to exist? Or are we rather to believe that the transposition consists in a change in the state of the idea, a change involving the same material and occurring in the same locality? This question may appear abstruse, but it must be raised if we wish to form a more definite conception of psychotopography, of the dimension of depth in the mind. It is a difficult one because it goes beyond pure psychology and touches on the relations of the mental apparatus to anatomy. We know that in the very roughest sense, such relations exist. Research has given irrefutable proof that mental activity is bound up with the function of the brain as it is with no other organ. We are taking a step further. We do not know how much by the discovery of the unequal importance of the different parts of the brain and their special relations to particular parts of the body and to particular mental activities. But every attempt to go on from there to discover a localization of mental processes, every endeavor to think of ideas as stored up in nerve cells and of excitations as traveling along nerve fibers has miscarried completely. The same fate would await any theory which attempted to recognize, let us say, the anatomical position of the system CS, conscious mental activity, as being in the cortex, and to localize the unconscious processes in the subcortical parts of the brain. There is a hiatus here which at present cannot be filled, nor is it one of the tasks of psychology to fill it. Our psychotopography has, for the present, nothing to do with anatomy. It has reference not to anatomical localities, but to regions in the mental apparatus where they may be situated in the body.
Wherever. And it stayed that way forever. I mean, it has nothing to do with anatomy, man.
Yeah. As far as we know. No? As far as we know.
And I mean, I'm curious, how does he mean that every attempt, what attempts, like in Freud's time, how would they attempt to localize them? Like through removing some part of the brain and being like, he is not conscious now.
I think so.
Mm.
I think it's lobotomy he's referring to. I think they did all kinds of experiments back then, you know, like. Yeah, I think lobotomy is this one thing he refers to. Definitely.
It's crazy how much the ideas outrun the like material means to check them. Yes.
You mean like you mean in what way?
I mean, Freud is talking about nerve fibers and stuff, and I am ignorant of this, but I'm like Freud, for example, sometimes draws neurons, like he's drawing like this is a neuron, there is another neuron. I don't think they had any idea like what these neurons actually are, like just pure
Oh yeah,
hypotheses.
okay, yeah. Yeah, that's true. Like he's kinda by neurology he's kinda dignified now. While at the same time being against neurology, I think in this moment where he's like, or isn't this what he says, that he's like, it doesn't matter. For the inquiry into the conscious, unconscious, at the moment it does not matter.
And this is quite a bold statement, I mean, because yeah, this is like maybe even raises an ontological thing. Like he's saying that this topography, it has nothing to do with anatomy. I mean, he says for the present, but like if he says this, then he must mean that it doesn't need to have to do with anatomy. And where is this system? This is the question which pops up. Who knows?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. In this respect, then, our work is untrammeled and may proceed according to its own requirements. It will, however, be useful to remind ourselves that as things stand, our hypotheses set out to be no more than graphic illustrations. The first of the two possibilities which we considered, namely that the CS phase of an idea implies a fresh registration of it, which is situated in another place, is doubtless the cruder, but also the more convenient. The second hypothesis, that of a merely functional change of state, is a priori more probable, but it is less plastic, less easy to manipulate. With the first, or topographical hypothesis, is bound up. What again? I'm getting lost in a sentence. With the first, or topographical hypothesis, is bound up that of a topographical separation of the systems UCS and CS, and also the possibility that an idea may exist simultaneously in two places in the mental apparatus indeed, that if it is not inhibited by the censorship, it regularly advances from the one position to the other, possibly without losing its first location or registration. This view may seem odd, but it can be supported by observations from psychoanalytic practice. If we communicate to a patient some idea which he has at one time repressed, but which we have discovered in him, our telling him makes at first no change in his mental condition. Above all, it does not remove the repression nor undo its effects, as might perhaps be expected from the fact that the previously unconscious idea has now become conscious. On the contrary, all that we shall achieve at first will be a fresh rejection of the repressed idea. But now the patient has an actual fact, the same idea, in two forms in different places in his mental apparatus. First, he has the conscious memory of the auditory trace of the idea conveyed in what we told him. And secondly, he also has, as we know for certain, the unconscious memory of his experience as it was in its earlier form. Actually, there's no lifting of the repression until the conscious idea, after the resistances have been overcome, has entered into connection with the unconscious memory trace. It is only through the making conscious of the latter itself that success is achieved. On superficial consideration, this would seem to show that conscious and unconscious ideas are distinct registrations, topographically separated, of the same content. But a moment's reflection shows that the identity of the information given to the patient with his repressed memory is only apparent. To have heard something and to have experienced something are in their psychological nature two quite different things, even though the content of both is the same.
So this is like, I have a feeling that entire Zizek's entire theory of ideology is born in this place, because he's, from what I understand, saying that if we accept that ideas are inscribed separately in the unconscious and in the conscious, then you can be told, like you can know, like consciously you can be told what you are doing, like what you are actually realizing without knowing it, but this can remain separate, and like this means that like you can be perfectly, and they dropped it in Lacanian psychoanalysis, like, and Freud dropped this, like telling the patient what is going on with him, like you just wanna shake the bastard and tell him what he's doing, like no, but this can have no effect at all. Because he will simply, yeah.
Like one example is would be fetishistic disavowal, right? You can actually tell someone like, this is not your mother. It's like, I'm very well aware that this is not my mother, but there's still on the unconscious level, there's a different connection.
Yeah, or the guy comes and tells you straight up, like, yeah, I know this probably has to do with, like, this is the, from what I remember, like, the contemporary diagnosis, like, of the situation. The guy comes to you and tells you, I know this probably has to do with my mother. And maybe it does, like, maybe in the unconscious it does have to do with his mother. And how do you proceed with this? Like, and like, this is why it's interesting that he says that you have to make the connection, like you have to connect these two, and if you don't manage to do this, like the fact that the idea is here and there in the conscious and the unconscious is not enough. You have to actually make something move, like yeah.
I think Freud is not aware of it, but Freud, maybe he is, but there's no indication that he is. But he's putting Marx' formulation of they do not know it, yet they do it, Freud is putting it kinda on its head. Where Freud is implying they very well may know it and still do it. Which I think is one of Zizek's big thing. That's why the book is called For They Don't Know What They Do, I think.
Take the course at Theory Underground. I mean, also the connection with action maybe, because like it's different to experience. To have heard something and to have experienced something are two quite different things. So like if you are told something or you discover something in analysis about yourself, it may have it will have no effect at first, but if you act on it, then maybe something will change. And there is like, I have a feeling, a strong connection between action and the unconscious. But I'm not sure.
Yeah, because repression is also never done, right? Is it? Because I think Freud is here a little bit jerky.
We should take a note on this, right? Because he says lifting the repression, and I wonder what he means by this.
Yeah.
Should we continue?
Okay. Yeah. Blah blah blah. So for the moment, we are not in a position to decide between the two possibilities that we have discussed. Perhaps later on we shall come upon factors which may turn the balance in favor of one or the other. Perhaps we shall make the discovery that our question was inadequately framed and that the difference between an unconscious and a conscious idea has to be defined in quite another way. 3. Unconscious emotions. We have limited the foregoing discussion to ideas. We may now raise a new question, the answer to which is bound to contribute to the elucidation of our theoretical views. We have said that there are conscious and unconscious ideas, but are there also unconscious instinctual impulses, emotions, and feelings? Or is it in this instance meaningless to form combinations of the kind? I am in fact of the opinion that the antithesis of conscious and unconscious is not applicable to instincts. An instinct can never become an object of consciousness. Only the idea that represents the instinct can. Only the idea that represents the instinct can. Even in the unconscious, moreover, an instinct cannot be represented otherwise than by an idea. If the instinct did not attach itself to an idea or manifest itself as an affective state, we could know nothing about it. When we nevertheless speak of an unconscious instinctual impulse or of a repressed instinctual impulse, the looseness of phraseology is a harmless one. It can only mean an instinctual impulse, the ideational representative of which is unconscious, for nothing else comes into consideration.
In German, it's Vorstellung Repräsentanz. The ideational representative.
Ideational representative, okay. Yeah, Vorstellungsrepräsentanz. I see. That makes more sense to me. We should expect the answer to the question about unconscious feelings, emotions, and affects to be just as easily given. It is surely of the essence of an emotion that we should be aware of it, It means that it should become known to consciousness. Thus, the possibility of the attribute of unconsciousness would be completely excluded as far as emotions, feelings, and affects are concerned. But in psychoanalytic practice, we are accustomed to speak of unconscious love, hate, anger, etc., and find it impossible to avoid even the strange conjunction unconscious consciousness of guilt, or a paradoxical unconscious anxiety. Is there more meaning in the use of these terms than there is in speaking of unconscious instincts?
Do you buy this? I'm in the sense that he says that it is surely of the essence of an emotion that we should be aware of it, and this is like, I get it. It's one gets it what he means, but also one could object that, but an idea in the common sense is also within the like, if we have an idea, then we should be aware of it. So like, if he already posits that ideas can be unconscious, then we could also be like, okay, but couldn't then an emotion also be unconscious? It's not so clear to me.
It's true. It's true. That's actually kind of a weak sauce argument.
Yeah.
Because it's like, yeah, Ben, but you even have already, because earlier I listened to Todd McGowan speaking about Hegel. You already have in Hegel sublimation. You already have the sublime in Kant. You know, like that something can be one thing and another thing at the same time. And to like misrecognize and stuff like that, and it's like, okay, but why? Why as an emotion? You're right to point that out. Why is the essence of an emotion that we should be aware of it, and not of an idea?
Maybe there is something, because like emotions must be like, it really doesn't make sense to speak of like an unconscious emotion on some level to me, but like, because you have to like really experience it even bodily, right? Like you feel emotions, like feelings, but I also have the feeling that precisely this could be an object of like discussion, because one could just as easily say that, oh, of course, if you can have thoughts which you are not conscious of, then why not affects? And I think he basically is writing this to psychoanalysts, and probably maybe it's obvious in psychoanalysis that this cannot be the case, but
yeah, that could be. We are at 3, right? Yeah. Okay, so now I check which terms he uses in German.
Also, we should mention this. We should have mentioned this earlier for the listeners, for students. And so, like, instincts, Stretchy translates it as instincts, but it's drive, Triebe. So it's not biological instincts. And also, it's. So he talks about ideas, and that ideas are in consciousness, and then they become unconscious. And now he drops this term ideational representative, and this was for me baffling for a time, because I didn't understand what this means. And Brenner talked. I asked him during the course, and he said that these are like, so if Lacan has signifiers, then the ideational representative is the signifier. So it's like a material element which signifies something, and like ideas for Freud are like signifieds for Lacan. So idea is post signification, and this is like a point of difference between Freudian and Lacanian psychoanalysis, that Freud thinks that ideas can be repressed, like the idea of, oh, you want to have sex with your mother, and Lacan basically says that no, you only repress the material elements of this, like for example this sentence. So like you can repress mother or something like that, or a combination of these.
But to make it clear, they they signify an idea, right? A feeling rather, right? The idea of you want to have sex with your mother signifies a feeling, right? Am I,
Also, in this
is
example,
that?
it would be uh, like signifiers and ideas are also not like different in quality. So signifiers are these like not letters, like I think it's called phonemes in like
Mhm.
but like you have these precisely elements which by themselves they mean nothing. When you combine them you get an idea. So the idea would be like have sex with your mother, but like signifier would be like a part of this sentence or
Yeah,
something like this. Yeah.
yeah.
An idea is
But
signified. Yeah, so you signify an idea. I think an idea in itself doesn't signify an affect. It's connected with an affect, but I'm not sure about this.
I have brought this up in the Leon Brenner course, like relating to Freud. What is in English translated to idea? You have two terms in German. There is Idee, which is the basic, like how colloquially everyone uses idea in the German, in the English. That was a slip in the English-speaking world. And then you have Vorstellung, which is like
More philosophical.
it's like pre-putted, the pre-putting of something. Vor is pre, and so it's like I think for Freud, the idea is something you need to have prior. I think he it would be interesting, like to situate this essay, because it's like I think to see how he works this out, because for you to have an outside world, there also already has to be the split. And I know that this is in Freud, but I don't know when he develops it. You know, so maybe this is before this or it's after it. So this is why it would be interesting in relation to this essay. So once you have an outer world, these objects in the outer world have to be invested with libido. Yeah, and I think also for Freud, correct me if this is bullshit, but so for an object to get invested with libido, you need to have an idea, and in the German sense I just said, you have to presuppose something for this investment to continuously work. You need an idea of chair, so that every chair, like each particular chair, is really a part of chair, of the idea share. And so it's not like every time you encounter a singular element, you know, like this is the part with autistic people in the Leon Brenner course. Sorry, Kerem, you were not there, but
yeah,
referencing it because it's helpful. That autistic subjects cannot do this.
They use signs, right?
Or am I wrong?
Yeah, they use.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they can do it, but they have to start from particulars, right? And then
they have
merge
to take
them.
They have to take a way around this.
And Brenner said that a neurotic is reversed, so you start with ideas, general, and then you have to, like children start with every bird is a pigeon. Every bird is a pigeon. Yeah. So pigeon stands in for every kind of bird, and then you have to say this is a goose, not a pigeon, you idiot. Okay, so yeah. Oh, that's interesting.
Because I think he can do this. I think Freud presupposes it. He already has work this out a bit. Otherwise, he could not use the term ideational representatives, which is Vorstellungsrepräsentanzen. Because representatives are the various instances of this idea slash pre-puttingness, you know.
But
I think the move is for the child. 1 second. For the child, it's like the pigeon gets first infused with libido, and so all the birds become pigeons. And then you have to make a move to make it to move it to the general. But then later you can also make particulars again. You know, I can stand on my balcony and I can say, "Oh wow, that's a really sick pigeon." It becomes a special pigeon.
yeah, I was going to go back to the text and just to make it more clear. So he says we can only mean an instinctual impulse, the ideational representative of which is unconscious. So is he basically saying that for for the unconscious emotion you need to have a ideational representative, otherwise you wouldn't be able to tell it is there, kind of thing.
Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm. That's because he mentions these instincts immediately when he talks about emotions, but I don't think he means this. I mean, he means.
Okay.
I think he means. But he. It sounds like this, but I think he means because he says, an instinct can never become an object of consciousness. Even in the unconscious, it cannot be represented otherwise than by an idea. And from what I understand, he means that literally the only thing you encounter in the unconscious are these representatives. So the
Okay.
instinct or the drive is presupposed.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
it is drive. Okay, I fucking hate this translation. I just looked into the German version. Oh my god. Okay, first of all, this is an essay where they also translated drive. Instead of drive, they translated it to instinct.
All throughout Freud's complete works, because they are all translated by Strecci, and he always translates Triebe as instinct. And what's interesting is that Freud read this and he signed on this. It's so weird, and because this is like a fundamental mistranslation. Yeah, but basically, we should basically translate, switch in our heads every word instinct to the word drive.
Okay.
So it's like it's drive stirring, not instinctual impulse. It's drive stirring. This is first. It's super important because then the sentence makes a whole lot more sense. Because the drive, something related to drive, has to relate to the unconscious. And I think this is what he works out here right now. Second, it's also worded differently with the emotion, which was our original question going into this. Okay, like this is a very fast and loose translation. Everyone from the future, you can hate on me later. I will correct myself in the comment section again if yeah, I'm making my leg.
Fuck it, go for it, man. We are doing it after hours.
It's part of the being of a feeling that it is felt. So it has to be it has to become known to consciousness. This is how Freud puts it.
Oh, that makes so much more sense.
Oh, but it's because you get a drive, you can get a drive reaction, and then so it's completely different. Like the Vorstellungsrepräsentanzen, it's in the unconscious. There has to be like when it's a drive stirring, it needs to be in the unconscious, is what he's saying. And when you feel a feeling, you notice that you feel the feeling.
No. Yeah.
I think we should actually separate, like, in our heads, because emotions are not drive steerings. What you said is a very nice translation, by the way. I like it. So, like, drive steerings, like, are libido. So, like, basically, what you said, that things are invested in libido. He encounters these obsessions, and, like, you are obsessed with this idea, so he presupposes that it's invested with this energy. And, like, the drive steering is a presupposition in the sense that you don't encounter the drive steering in the unconscious. You encounter an idea which is very, very much like very expressive of itself.
And I think what you are right, Łukasz, about like he's writing to psychoanalytics. So I think he's already at the point where it's like he sees a person suffering, and then they manage at some point where it's like, I love this person. For example, yeah, one adolescent is like, I love her so much, and Freud is like, okay, but there needs to be an unconscious layer to this feeling because you suffer in it. It's not just nice love.
Or a person is like, I love this person so much. I don't know why I'm doing this. Why I am making them angry so much all the time. I'm not doing anything, and like, yeah. So perhaps in the unconscious there is this ideational representative which stands in for like hatred of the object which you love consciously. So like. And this is like a prototypical situation that you love someone, but unconsciously you hate that you love them. So, yeah. Good luck.
And so so the last sentence we read is there more meaning in the use of these terms than there is in speaking of unconscious drives, not instincts, everyone. Maybe Freud did too much cocaine. Because this term, I'm like, Freud, Mr. Freud, why did you do this? Why did you sign this off? The word instinct exists in German. You choose drive for a reason.
Yeah,
even if you may not know why.
Yeah, it is very weird because like if he didn't sign off on it, we could have a different translation. But since he signed it as the official translation signed by the author, then this is what we got. There won't be another official one.
Yeah, but who knows? Who the fuck knows? You know, like he was very like in the crossfire, I think, in America. All his sex stuff was weird.
Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe he was glad that someone even translated this.
Yeah, maybe he was like, "It's fine, man. Get it out as fast as possible."
They will learn German. They will read the original or something. Yeah.
Okay. The two cases are, in fact, and I will read the two sentences before this because it's interesting after our discussion now. But in psychoanalytic practice, we are accustomed to speak of unconscious love, hate, anger, etc., and find it impossible to avoid even the strange conjunction unconscious consciousness of guilt, or a paradoxical unconscious anxiety. Is there more meaning in the use of these terms than there is in speaking of unconscious instincts, drive? The two cases are in fact not on all fours. In the first place, it may happen that an affective or emotional impulse is perceived but misconstrued. Owing to the repression of its proper representative, it has been forced to become connected with another idea and is now regarded by consciousness as the manifestation of that idea. If we restore the true connection, we call the original affective impulse an unconscious one. Yet, its affect was never unconscious. All that had happened was that its idea had undergone repression. In general, the use of the terms unconscious affect and unconscious emotion has reference to the vicissitudes undergone. In consequence of repression by the quantitative factor in the instinctual impulse, we know that three such vicissitudes are possible. Either the effect remains wholly or in part as it is, or it is transformed into a qualitatively different quota of affect, above all into anxiety, or it is suppressed. That means it is prevented from developing at all. These possibilities may perhaps be studied even more easily in the dream work than in neuroses. We know too that to suppress the development of affect is the true aim of repression, and that its work is incomplete if this aim is not achieved. In every instance where repression has succeeded in inhibiting the development of affects, we term those affects, which we restore when we undo the work of repression, unconscious. Thus, it cannot be denied that the use of the terms in question is consistent, but in comparison with unconscious ideas, there is the important difference that unconscious ideas continue to exist after repression as actual structures in the system UCS, whereas all that corresponds in that system to unconscious affects is a potential beginning which is prevented from developing. Strictly speaking, then, and although no fault can be found with the linguistic usage, there are no unconscious affects as there are unconscious ideas. But there may very well be in the system UCS affective structures which, like others, become conscious. The whole difference arises from the fact that ideas are cathexes, basically of memory traces, whilst affects and feelings correspond to processes of discharge, the final manifestations of which are perceived as feelings. In the present state of our knowledge of affects and feelings, we cannot express this difference more clearly. It is of especial interest to us to have established the fact that repression can succeed in inhibiting an instinctual impulse, drive, from being turned into a manifestation of affect. This shows us that the system CS normally controls affectivity as well as access to motility. And it enhances the importance of repression, since it shows that repression results not only in withholding things from consciousness, but also in preventing the development of affect and the setting off of muscular activity. Conversely, too, we may say that as long as the system CS controls affectivity and motility, the mental condition of the person in question is spoken of as normal. Nevertheless, there is an unmistakable difference in the relation of the controlling system to the two contiguous processes of discharge. Whereas the control by the CS over voluntary motility is firmly rooted, regularly withstands the onslaught of neurosis and only breaks down in psychosis, control by the CS over the development of affects is less secure. Even within the limits of normal life, we can recognize that a constant struggle for primacy over affectivity goes on between the two systems, CS and UCS. That certain spheres of influence are marked off from one another, and that intermixtures between the operative forces occur. Okay.
So we got a few.
Does somebody else?
Yeah, I can.
Let's go.
So I think the important. He said that the true aim of repression is the true aim. That's a big word. That the true aim of repression is to suppress the development of affect, and I guess unpleasurable affect. So ideas are repressed not like strictly because they are unacceptable, but because this unacceptability would generate like very unpleasurable affects, like highly unpleasurable affects. But in repression, he said that unpleasurable affect is not enough for repression to occur, that there must be also a pull from the unconscious. So that's interesting. And also he cleared up, I think, the relation between the drive and the affect. So he said that basically there are drive discharges which are like not in the conscious or the unconscious, but like somewhere. And then you have the representatives which are invested with libido, and then you have discharge. So these ideas generate discharge, and at the end you have feelings. So like the appearance is the feeling, and the I forgot the word, but you know what I want. The appearance and the essence. So the essence would be the drive, I guess.
Let's for a moment sit with this a little bit longer, because I just thought, like, with affects, if we take into account that psychoanalysts usually, I think Lacanians do it, and I think Freudians do it too, agree that like a mythical moment of primal repression means we don't the fuck know when. Sometimes in early childhood, this thing. And if we say, okay, this is where primal repression takes place, for there to even be a secondary repression, which may be a continuous process, like not a finished thing for Freud, but operating always in neurosis, there has to be primal repression. Okay. And so if in secondary repression you encounter something that is traumatic for you, and you cannot, and traumatic does not even mean you are aware, I think, of it. But there are certain, like via the drive, there are certain libidinal investments which would exert an effect on you, because it's not only that the affect is always affecting you. And this would, I don't know, is Freud there yet, that he says like this would endanger your ego?
Can I jump in, because you said something brilliant? So this clicked for me. So you encounter in perception something, some idea or some ideational representative, which would, if allowed into consciousness, like generate like humongous, like unpleasurable affect, so it would basically be unbearable. And the second but this not yet is, and repression, what it does is it puts the idea in the unconscious and therefore stops this affect from ever developing, so it protects you in this way. But this unpleasurability is not yet enough for repression to occur. It must also connect somehow to this representative of the drive which is in the unconscious. So oh no, this makes sense, because it is traumatic precisely because it connects to that primal point, so it will be repressed immediately. And what he means probably in repression, that unpleasurability is not enough for repression, is that if you get hit with a hammer, then you won't repress this because this doesn't connect necessarily with the drive. Oh, yeah, with the representative of the drive.
And this makes it, yeah, and this makes it super contingent, right? Like who the fuck knows what's going on around the infant the moment you first you put something into your mouth for the first time. Like how your father smells. Is there even a father? Is there fucking mass shooting down the street, and this gets all connected? Isn't this like part of like like what attaches to you, which what makes it contingent? Yeah,
it could be. And this is like really nice. It clicked for me that like repression, it really is the neurosis as such, that like, because if it goes right, then everything will be okay, in the sense that you repress this thing which would connect to the representative of the drive, which was set up in primal repression. So you have this kernel which represents the traumatic drive which was ejected from the psyche. Something would connect to it, so it is repressed, so you are okay and you go on in your life. And only if the repression is not successful, and we should maybe he will talk about this, why are they unsuccessful, only then you have a problem, in the sense that you stop being like functional. Because we could argue that repression is problematic in the sense that it limits your possibilities. Okay, that's true, but also it protects your functionality.
Hey, I mean, like Chris Catrone unlocked something for me about Freud in the last live stream when he spoke with Todd McGowan and said like repression is also just filtering. Like if all the shit around me was infused with pure libido, I could not even talk to you guys right now, maybe. I would notice all these little fucking shitty things, which I think is what like non-functioning or like a very extreme case of psychosis is, yeah, where you cannot.
You ever had this? Oh, sorry.
In psychosis, it sounds like the phenomenon where you get some sort of enjoyment in involving yourself with everything around you. Doesn't matter if they are related to the situation you are in or not. It's just that you think it's about you, or you think it's about it has something to do with you, and it produces grandeur thoughts, stuff, etc. Yeah. And it limits your functionality. Yeah.
The psychotic is interesting in the sense that he doesn't have this precisely this mechanism of like if a psychotic encounters something which connects to this kernel which was set up in primal repression, through which the psychotic goes, then he breaks down like terribly, and like the world ends, and like the neurotic is okay precisely because he has secondary repression, which protects him.
Yeah, that's actually a good shorthand to think about it. It's like the erotic is like a, in a sense, a better kind of ship. You know, like it's not one kind of shield like in Star Trek. They don't have one, but like two.
Yes, a backup generator or something.
Yeah.
You know, McGowan also
That's a very
mentioned.
shitty one. So it's,
That's,
they have to crank like this generator all the time. You know, like, otherwise it does not work.
Yeah. I'm confused by how McGowan talks about this, because this filtering, okay, so he once upon a time he said in some interview that, okay, look, neurotics don't think about things, so like he met this guy who was like, I cannot walk into buildings because I think about how in the walls there are all of these pipes with shit in them from the toilets, and like he cannot do it, and and it's such a, and I was like, yeah, okay, but I don't know if it's a good example actually, because you can think about it, like it's not an idea which breaks you down, like you just don't think about it. No.
That's a great story, man.
Yeah, but it's
I get
great.
I get that. But he was saying this is like an example of a neurotic, McGowan.
Yeah, he was saying that this is like somehow like not repression, but like that this is like neurotic thing. Because I don't think this is repression in the sense that you can make it conscious. So yeah, there isn't this, like you can talk about it and it's okay, and the guy can say it like, I cannot walk because there is this, and like repression is precisely like you cannot say it because it doesn't.
I think he cannot. Yeah. But even in that example, the guy cannot say it. He cannot speak what's actually going on, because it's like, yeah, man, but it's just like, why is shit bad? Why is shit in pipes bad? You know, like, what the fuck? You don't even see it.
And that's a good point. That's like, there is like being afraid of heights. Like, yeah, heights are dangerous, but that's not a good enough reason to be afraid. Like, very afraid. Like, you cannot go up to a cliff or something.
I always make sense of it because I have neurodermitis. Yeah, so I have scratching. I do like neurotic scratching. It's like I'm super aware of it. I have this whole shit I have to do, like with creams and blah blah blah. And even if I consciously enjoy it and I'm like, yeah, fuck it, man, it feels good to fucking scratch. Even then I can enjoy, which points towards something else is going on.
Nice. That's a good example. yeah, you are right that this is like, so saying it like, it's a different example. So like if someone doesn't like dogs, and like if they see a dog and they are like, yeah, okay, but don't come with the dog near me, and you say like, but this is a good dog, then they will be like, yeah, okay, but fuck off with the dog. And like you cannot say why do you don't like certain things, but it just, like, they produce affect in you. And maybe this is like an example of a failed repression actually. I'm not sure, because if you can feel like anxiety or disgust with something even though you don't know why, then this, I think, but he says that repression precisely works in this way that it displaces the affect. Okay, so and we can continue.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna smoke, but I listen to you. I hear you.
Great. Okay. The importance of the system CS or PCS, as regards access to the release of affect and to action, enables us also to understand the part played by substitutive ideas in determining the form taken by illness. It is possible for the development of affect to proceed directly from the system UCS. In that case, the affect always has the character of anxiety, for which all repressed affects are exchanged. Often, however, the drival impulse has to wait until it has found a substitutive idea in the system CS. The development of affect can then proceed from this conscious substitute, and the nature of that substitute determines the qualitative character of the affect. We have asserted that in repression, a severance takes place between the affect and the idea to which it belongs, and that each then undergoes its separate vicissitudes. Descriptively, this is incontrovertible. In actuality, however, the affect does not, as a rule, arise till the breakthrough to a new representation in the system CS has been successfully achieved.
This sounds like what he was talking before with the drive, unconscious drive, and the emotions. I think there are overlaps, right?
Go on, if you want. I mean, this is very dense, and
yeah. I just got the feeling that it was repeating itself for some reason, and I think it has to do with, or maybe we talked about it, and that's why.
Yeah.
Right, yeah, we talked about the last sentence where with the it's like the split and all that. It's for some reason it just okay, I cannot articulate myself right now, but
yeah, that's cool,
it
man.
just sounded like a repeat of what we talked about, or a repeat of like of before the last paragraph, for some reason.
I mean I agree, but he also throws in some nice. So, for example, it is possible for the development of affect to proceed directly from the unconscious. In that case, the affect always has the character of anxiety, for which all repressed affects are exchanged. So you repress an idea, you snip the idea from the affect is displaced in consciousness onto some other idea, and the idea which is repressed, so it's in the unconscious, if it breaks through to consciousness, then it always breaks in as anxiety, even if the previous affect wasn't anxiety. This is like so it always manifests itself as anxiety, no matter what you actually repressed.
It would be interesting to think about what he means with anxiety. And I think we could, in the back of our heads, think of anxiety as too much. Anxiety is always too much. So there is an excess happening in which from UCS, and I think it's because it's not filtered. Yeah, you get like the move directly from the unconscious as a topology, as a system, means you get unfiltered libidinal shit in pipes, in buildings.
So two situations. In one, the idea is repressed, and then we get two situations. Either the affect can somehow directly manifest from the unconscious, and you feel anxious. You just feel anxious. You don't know why, but you feel anxious always in this situation.
Or a breakthrough happens with the last sentence, right? Yeah. And in that case, it's the representation in the CS has been successful. It's just which you don't feel that anxious, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah, I think you I think you nailed it perfectly, and you just feel some different affect, and this is like, and this affect that depends on what kind of idea, which is a random idea probably to which it was moved, the affect. So this affect could be fake. So yeah, like, and maybe I could. So I don't know where I read this, but Freud sometimes says that like this so you encounter something, this is repressed, it's too traumatic, and for example, if you have in your field of vision at that moment some other like representation, so let's say I'm on the street, someone shoots, something traumatic happens, but there is a dog in the corner of my eye, then the affect could be transformed, transposed onto the dog, and I could, for example, be afraid of dogs the rest of my life.
I don't know if you but this is trigger. This is a trigger. What like gets now colloquially used as a trigger. The problem with that when it's colloquial use is that people think they can actually control the trigger, but that's not the case. You cannot, because you cannot know, because it is unconscious, and then at some fucking time you have forgotten this. It's not you, it was never conscious, you don't even know that this happened. Then you walk along the street and you see a dog which has exactly the same fur, or like a fur as close as it can be to this other dog, and you lose your shit. You get a fucking panic attack right there on the street. You don't know why.
There is the case of Emma, which I don't know if you, but Freud talks about this in some work. So this girl Emma, she had this thing. She was afraid of going into shops, and she comes to Freud and she says that she started having this fear when she walked into a shop and she heard some shop assistants laughing, and she couldn't go into shops from that moment on. And Freud is like, okay, this is not a good enough reason to be for this fear, so let's dig. And he basically, through analysis, came to the conclusion that there was a previous event in which she was basically assaulted by an old guy when she was like very young, by an old guy in a shop, and this guy like grabbed her by the genitals and laughed. And what happened was this was like, and this was repressed, and the affect was well, no, this is a different case, because what he says is that in the first instance there was no repression because she was too young to understand that this is for this to be traumatic, because he had no sexual like theory. But at the later event, when she walked into the shop and there was a shop, there was laughter, basically repression kicked in, but it was a failed repression because it was too late, because the original event was registered, and so she basically underwent a failed repression, and the trigger was the laughter, which connected the two events. So this is a case. Go.
In other words, like because it happened in the past, and she didn't make sense of it then. She consciously couldn't make sense of it when she entered the shop and the keeper laughed. Yeah.
Exactly. And
Okay.
I think, so I think this is the only way, maybe not the only, but this is the main way in which repression fails. And this is why sexuality is everywhere, because sexuality can be traumatic retroactively. So at the moment when it happens, it's not traumatic because it doesn't connect to the unconscious kernel. You just something happens, you see it, okay, you don't understand it. And then after the fact, when you learn more things about sexuality, like an earlier memory which wasn't repressed because it wasn't traumatic gets connected to this traumatic kernel in the unconscious, but it's too late, and the repression then fails, and you get anxiety, and like you have to, yeah.
Well, this is enlightening. Now thinking about it.
It's great, man.
Yeah,
Just clicked.
yeah.
Let's continue.
Yeah, okay. 4. Topography and dynamics of repression. We have arrived at the conclusion that repression is essentially a process affecting ideas on the border between the system unconscious and preconscious or conscious. And we can now make a fresh attempt to describe the process in greater detail.
Okay. It must be a matter of a withdrawal of catexes, but the question is, in which system does the withdrawal take place, and to which system does the catexes that is withdrawn belong? The repressed idea remains capable of action in the unconscious, and it must therefore have restrained its catex. What has been withdrawn must be something else. Let us take the case of repression proper, after pressure, as it affects an idea which is preconscious or even actually conscious. Here, repression can only consist in withdrawing from the idea the preconscious catexes which belongs to the system PCS. The idea then either remains uncatched. How do you read that? Pronounce that?
I say catected, but I don't know.
Uncateched. Okay. Uncateched, or receives catexes from the UCS, or retains the UCS catexes which it already had. Thus, there is a withdrawal of the preconscious catexes, retention of the unconscious catexes, or replacement of the preconscious catexes by an unconscious one. We notice, moreover, that we have based these reflections, as it were, without meaning to, on the assumption that the transition from the system UCS to the system next to it's not affected through the making of a new registration, but through a change in its state, an alteration in its catexes. The functional hypothesis has here easily defeated the topographical one. But this process of withdrawal of libido is not adequate to make another characteristic of repression comprehensible to us. It's not clear why the idea which has remained cacheted as has received catexes from the UCS should not, in virtue of its catexes, renew the attempt to penetrate into the system of PCS, into the system PCS. If it could do so, the withdrawal of libido from it would have to be repeated, and the same performance would go endlessly, but the outcome would not be repression. So too, when it comes to describing primal repression, the mechanisms just discussed of withdrawal of preconscious catexes would fail to meet the C's, for here we are dealing with unconscious idea, which has as yet received no catexes from the PCS, and therefore cannot have the catexes withdrawn from it. There's too many repetition.
Yeah, this become
like-
this text like became so dense that I read it and I was like, I don't understand a word I'm reading.
Yeah, this is the we did. Yeah, like it's a dance.
Because he's changing everything, the model, because he's like he said it that now we are not like describing in the way that there is one system, there is an idea, there is another system, and you move ideas or you make connections between them. But you have an idea, and it is invested with libido either by the unconscious or the conscious, and like the idea is in one place in this description. So
Yeah.
it's like a whole new text.
Shall I continue?
Go.
Rudi?
Give me a sec, because I think like what makes it very dense is cathexis, cathext, blah blah blah. This is one aspect, and the other is I think Freud is kind of doing what in my reading Marx does with value. He does it with consciousness. He's like anything pre-conscious is conscious. It's not a different thing, I think. Because he always brackets in brackets behind it, he puts consciousness. CS.
Yeah.
I can maybe read a sentence. Thus, there is a withdrawal of the conscious. Maybe I will switch preconscious to conscious, so it will be more accessible. Thus, there is a withdrawal of the conscious catexis, retention of the unconscious catexis, or replacement of the conscious catexis by an unconscious one. So he is describing it in the sense that if an idea is repressed, then either you diminish the libido on the conscious side, or you increase the libido on the unconscious side. Something like this.
Yeah.
Okay, we can continue. I will try to read along in German,
Okay.
and maybe I can elucidate.
Okay. What we require, therefore, is another process which maintains the repression in the first case and in the second ensures its being established as well as continued. This other process can only be found in the assumption of an anti-catexis by means of which the system, preconscious, conscious, protects itself from the pressure upon it of the unconscious idea. We shall see from clinical examples how such an anti-catexis operating in the system's PS manifests itself. It is this which represents the preeminent expenditure of primal repression and which also guarantees the preeminence of that repression. Anti-catexis is the sole mechanism of primal repression. In the case of repression proper after pressure, there is in addition withdrawal of the PCS catexis. It is very possible that it is precisely the catexis which is withdrawn from the idea that is used for anti-catexis.
So Rudi, I'm very curious how that in German it's also anti-catexis, because this is like a whole new term he puts in, and yeah. It complicates things because previously we had catexis, and this was like a quantitative. So you have libido here, and now it's anti-catexis. So it's basically like a negative quality, negative quantity.
So, a cathexis is an object occupation or an object filling. And then he does like, now I have to check because I think it works a bit.
What is the word in German for catexis, by the way?
Gegenbesetzung. Gegenbesetzung. It's
Gegenbesetzung.
Against. It would be like literally translated would be again against cathexis, but with a hyphen. Like it's the move. So anti is not a shitty translation. So I think this last part is interesting. But I have to agree, it's very dense. Because I get what the result is, and I think I get what he means, but I don't understand completely how he arrived there.
So anti-catexis, I get. So he basically says that this is like, if you didn't have this force which goes against the unconscious catexis, so you have the push from the unconscious, the catexis, and you need to assume this negative push which keeps it down forever. And basically primary repression constitutes the unconscious, so you have to assume from the beginning like an like a negative quantity which keeps the unconscious down. And the secondary repression, he says that it also uses this anti-catexis, but it also works on normal. Yeah, it is dense. I think we could move. Maybe he will.
What does it? No, but what does it mean when he says that anticathexis is the sole mechanism of primary repression?
You know what I just thought? Maybe anti-catexis would be correlative to the barrier between unconscious and conscious, like spaces. In the sense that catexis is on the one, you have unconscious catexis, you have conscious catexis, and you can withdraw both of them. And repression, like repression proper, like normal repression, secondary repression, works by diminishing conscious catexis on the one hand, but it also relies on this anti-catexis, which basically keeps all of this stuff down from breaking through. So in this sense, it would be like almost a topographical thing, this anti-catexis, like I don't know, like a gravitational pull or something.
So in primary repression, I invest the outer world, the objects around me, with libido. So in a sense, they are always my objects. There is no outer world without an inner world. Okay. So it works like a screen. There's a screen. Yeah?
I'm not sure. Like in repression, he said that primal repression basically refuses the access to the conscious to a representative of a drive. And like this is an early paper, so basically the split between the unconscious and the conscious is instituted because there is a refusal at work. And we got all of that stuff from Leon in the course about Lacanian primal repression, but let's say we are on the level of Freud, and I think he's saying that primal repression is this move where you set up a counterforce to all of this stuff which wants to. Because the thing with consciousness, with this repression stuff, is that you don't want these, and he talked about motor activity, you don't want these unconscious ideas to to make you move in a sense. So like you have to keep them out of the picture. And this anti-catexis, I think he is saying that if all that was going on in repression was that you consciously stop caring about something, this is not enough, because like it would break through like very easily. And so this anti-catexis is simply saying that this is like what makes it possible to like yeah, I'm lost also.
Let me check.
And I'm not sure if this anti-catexis is not a hapax in the sense that he mentions it here and he doesn't go back to it. But I'm not sure about this.
Yeah, maybe that could be. That could be.
I think this is this part is a very short part, like you said, Lucas, where he will not go back again. I feel like
Yeah. Maybe we should go on. Maybe this will not be so.
yeah, it's just I think putting a different like it's just adding something which is not that developed at this point, I think.
You know what I can do if we want to. If
Because
we
he assumes it. He assumes he's talking about an assumption.
But I have Pontalis's language of psychoanalysis, the book, and I pulled up actually anti-catexis, and I can read it quickly, so maybe we will understand it a little bit more. It's a short entrance, like half a page.
Do it.
Okay,
Yeah.
anti-catexis, counter-catexis. The economic process postulated by Freud as the underpinning of defensive activities of the ego. It consists in the ego's catexis of ideas, systems of ideas, attitudes, which are capable of impeding the access to consciousness and motility of unconscious ideas and wishes. The term may also designate the more or less permanent result of such a process. Okay, and now we go. The notion of anti-catexis is mainly utilized by Freud in the context of his theory of repression. Okay, insofar as the ideas to be repressed are permanently catected by the instinct, by the drive, and constantly seeking to break through into consciousness, they can only be kept in the unconscious, even equally constant force is operating in the opposite direction. So we have Newtonian physics. In general, therefore, repression presupposes two economic processes, each of which implies the other. A. Withdrawal by the system preconscious of the catexis hitherto attached to a particular unpleasurable idea. And B. Anti-catexis, using the energy rendered available by this withdrawal. So libido is freed because catexis is lowered, and this libido is used to push down on the idea.
Yeah. And I think it's like, okay, so you have whatever the fuck is the idea in your unconscious idea of, and it's not Lacan yet, so let's not get into the semiotics, but let's say mother. Now you have an unconscious ideational representation of whatever the fuck mother is in the unconscious.
No.
And then let's go, because Freud said maybe dream work is better than treatment of neurosis in figuring parts of these out. So you have a dream where you have drive connections, unconscious connections to things. And it's a dream where a figure appears, and in your dream you identify this as your mother. Your idea of it is mother. But this figure does something which is actually not, which is in opposition to your conscious ideational representative of your mother. Whatever it is. Let's not try to make it too clear. Maybe she's very harsh. She's actually a father. Let's try to not make it sexual. She's very harsh. She's acting like a father. And you wake up and you're like, what the fuck? What kind of fucked up dream? This is not at all how my mother is, you know? And you your conscious, your ego, as this counter. Yeah, do you get where I want to take it?
Yeah, the negation, that the negation is the anti-catexis. Maybe that's because the anti is very and I think we should keep reading actually, because he doesn't go into this, but if you would allow me, I would just read this because the entrance in the dictionary is a bit longer and I think it would be helpful. Just briefly.
Yes.
Okay, so after the previous things, here the question arises: what is it that is chosen as the object of anti-catexis? It should be noted that this process results in an idea being kept within the system from which the drival energy originates. Anti-catexis is therefore the catexis of an element of the preconscious conscious system. Okay, let me read this again. Anti-catexis is the catexis of an element in the preconscious conscious system. A catexis which prevents the repressed idea from emerging in the place of this element. The anti-catected element may be of several kinds. It may be simply a derivative of the unconscious idea, a substitute formation, as in the case, for example, of those animals which in phobia become the object of an unremitting awareness and of which the function is to keep the unconscious wish and its related fantasies repressed. Or it may be an element directly opposed to the unconscious idea, a reaction formation. For example, the exaggerated concern of a mother for her children, masking aggressive wishes, or a preoccupation with cleanliness representing a struggle against anal tendencies. Okay. Furthermore, a situation, a particular form of behavior, a character trait, etc., may as easily be anti-catected as an idea. The aim always being to maintain the repression in as constant a way as possible. To this extent, the notion of anti-catexis connotes the economic aspect of the dynamic concept of ego defense. It accounts for the stability of the symptom, which, as Freud puts it, is supported from both sides. The indestructibility of unconscious desire is countered by the relative rigidity of the ego's defensive structures, which require a permanent expenditure of energy. The notion of anti-catexis is not only applicable in the context of the frontier between the unconscious system on the one hand and the preconscious one on the other. Though initially invoked by Freud in his theory of repression, anti-catexis is also to be met within a large number of defensive operations. Okay. Ah, kurwa mać, when did I drop out?
You read this one about cathexis. Anti-cathexis is the cathexis on the conscious level.
Okay, so basically I was like, so isn't anti-catexis like a relative term? So in the sense that I repress an idea and okay, so I withdraw libido on the conscious side and then I expand this libido, which was freed, on a different idea. And now, like this, another catexis is an anti-catexis in relation to the unconscious idea, because I cannot spend it on it now because it's spent elsewhere. Something like this.
Yeah, I think so. I think these examples were great that were given.
But this is also problematic in primal repression, precisely because there is no preconscious catexis to be withdrawn. So that's like a negative quantity coming into being. Or maybe it's connected to... Okay, cool.
the question is, where does Freud take it? Because you can take it to Eros Thanatos, or you can take it just to Death Drive. Because isn't that Death Drive?
Oh.
If we say there's a negative, there's a negative, it circles around a nothing. Fundamentally, the drive has no aim, really, right? Like,
I don't know if this connects, in the sense that, but the death aspect of drive is not really. I'm not sure about this for Freud. For Freud, it may be about destruction, but like in Lacan, it's not about negating. It's about it's death because it tries to get at the, you know what I mean. But I thought it about this anti-catexis in relation to what you said about in primal repression objects, the world is invested with libido. And what if we said that, so I reject the drive in primal repression, I throw it out. And then this libido, which was withdrawn from the drive, is invested in the world. And this would be an anti-catexis in the sense that I spent this libido on the world, which was previously invested in the idea of the drive. I don't know if this makes sense, actually.
yeah, that makes sense. It makes sense, but this is why Freud is writing. This is always happening on primal repression. That's what he wrote, right?
Oh yeah, it's always assumed in the background.
Yeah, it's like this is constantly going on.
What if all libido is anti-catexis in like all psychical libido is an anti-catexis on the drive? Wow.
On the level of consciousness, or you mean like the whole libidinal economy?
Oh, that's a good point. Oh yeah, that's a great point. And this split between the conscious libido and the unconscious libido also is like pretty suspicious to me, but I don't know. Maybe we can read on and see. I don't know.
It's very good, people. We are confused. This is very good.
I'll need to go because my cold is kicking in and it's getting late.
Man, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is getting late, definitely.
Yeah. But I will talk to you guys later. This was a pleasure, and
It
see you
was
guys
great
later.
to see you, Kerem.
Yeah.
Same, Kerem.
Yeah.
Take care.
Get better.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. The best to you.
Bye.
Bye. We can end, or we can. Maybe
Let's
we
keep
should.
going.
Yeah, let
I
me
think
look.
you wanna.
No, I was split. But let us look how many. Let me look how many pages are there left. Lala 2, 4, 5. I think you can do it.
We can certainly try.
Yeah, you can try. You want to
Okay.
go?
So, yeah, where did we left off?
3004. I love that it's 3004. We see how we have gradually been led.
We see how we have gradually been led into adopting a third point of view in our account of psychical phenomena. Besides the dynamic and the topographical points of view, we have adopted the economic one. This endeavors to follow out the vicissitudes of amounts of excitation and to arrive at least at some relative estimate of their magnitude. It will not be unreasonable to give a special name to this whole way of regarding our subject matter, or it is the consummation of psychoanalytic research. I propose that when we have succeeded in describing a psychical process in its dynamic, topographical, and economic aspects, we should speak of it as a meta-psychological presentation. We must say at once that in the present state of our knowledge, there are only a few points at which we shall succeed in this. Let us make a tentative effort to give a metapsychological description of the process of repression in the three transference neuroses which are familiar to us. Here we may replace cathexis. As we know, it is the vicissitudes of sexual impulses with which we shall be dealing. In anxiety hysteria, a first phase of the process is frequently overlooked and may perhaps be in fact missed out. On careful observation, however, it can be clearly discerned. It consists in anxiety appearing without the subject knowing what he is afraid of. We must suppose that there was present in the UCS some love impulse demanding to be transposed into the system PCS, but the cathexis directed to it from the latter system has drawn back from the impulse, as though in an attempt at flight, and the unconscious libidinal cathexis of the rejected idea has been discharged in the form of anxiety. On the occasion of a repetition, if there should be one, of this process, a first step is taken in the direction of mastering the unwelcome development of anxiety. The cathexis has taken flight, attaches itself to a substitutive idea which, on the one hand, is connected by association with the rejected idea, and, on the other, has escaped repression by reason of its remoteness from that idea. This substitutive idea, a substitute by displacement, permits the still uninhibitable development of anxiety to be rationalized. It now plays the part of an anticathexis for the system CS, PCS, by securing it against an emergent in the CS of the repressed idea. On the other hand, it is, or acts as if it were, the point of departure for the release of the anxiety affect, which has now really become quite inhibitable. Clinical observation shows, for instance, that a child suffering from an animal phobia experiences anxiety under two kinds of conditions. In the first place, when his repressed love impulse becomes intensified, and in the second, when he perceives the animal he is afraid of. The substitutive idea acts in the one instance as a point at which there is a passage across from the system UCS to the system CS, and in the other instance as a self-sufficing source for the release of anxiety. The extending dominance of the system CS usually manifests itself in the fact that the first of these two modes of excitation of the substitutive idea gives place more and more to the second. The child may perhaps end by behaving as though he had no predilection whatever towards his father, but had become quite free from him, and as though his fear of the animal was a real fear, except that this fear of the animal, fed as such a fear is from an unconscious instinctual source, proves obdurate and exaggerated in the face of all influences brought to bear from the system CS, and thereby betrays its derivation from the system UCS. In the second phase of anxiety hysteria, therefore, the anticathexis from the system CS has led to substitute formation.
Okay, so let's stop.
Soon.
Let's stop. This was dense. Unless he continues the same. Okay. What?
Let's because
Hmm?
yeah.
Yeah, if you
Go
want to
ahead.
go on, let's go on. Yeah.
I think this part is still yeah, good.
Good.
Soon the same mechanism finds a fresh application. Process of repression, as we know, is not yet completed, and it finds a further aim in the task of inhibiting the development of the anxiety which arises from the substitute. This is achieved by the whole of the associated environment of the substitutive idea being cathected with special intensity, so that it can display a high degree of sensibility to excitation. Excitation of any point in this outer structure must inevitably, on account of its connection with the substitutive idea, give rise to a slight development of anxiety. And this is now used as a signal to inhibit, by means of a fresh flight on the part of the cathexis, the further progress of the development of anxiety. The further away the sensitive and vigilant anticathexis cathexes are situated from the feared substitute, the more precisely can the mechanism function, which is designed to isolate the substitutive idea and to protect it from fresh excitations. These precautions naturally only guard against excitations which approach the substitutive idea from outside through perception. They never guard against instinctual excitation, which reaches the substitutive idea from the direction of its link with the repressed idea. Thus, the precautions do not begin to operate till the substitute has satisfactorily taken over representation of the repressed, and they can never operate with complete reliability. With each increase of instinctual, and this is adding, excitation, with each increase of instinctual excitation, the protecting rampart round the substitutive idea must be shifted a little further outwards. The whole construction, which is set up in an analogous way in the other neurosis, is termed a phobia. The flight from a conscious cathexis of the substitutive idea is manifested in the avoidance, renunciations, and prohibitions by which we recognize anxiety hysteria. Okay.
So
Maybe the next paragraph,
yeah, fuck it, let's
or
go.
do you wanna?
Yeah, fuck it, let's do the whole thing because this was so much that maybe we should reflect on the entirety.
Yeah. Surveying the whole process, we may say that the third phase repeats the work of the second on an ampler scale. The system CS now protects itself against the activation of the substitutive idea by an anticathetics of its environment, just as previously it had secured itself against the emergence of the repressed idea by a cathexis of the substitutive idea. In this way, the formation of substitutes by displacement has been further continued. We must also add that the system CS had earlier only one small area at which the repressed instinctual impulse could break through, namely the substitutive idea, but that ultimately this enclave of unconscious influence extends to the whole phobic outer structure. Further, we may lay stress on the interesting consideration that by means of the whole defensive mechanism thus set in action, a projection outward of the instinctual danger has been achieved. The ego behaves as if the danger of a development of anxiety threatened it not from the direction of an instinctual impulse, but from the direction of a perception. And it is thus enabled to react against this external danger with the attempts at flight represented by phobic avoidances. In this process, repression is successful in one particular. The release of anxiety can to some extent be dammed up, but only at a heavy sacrifice of personal freedom. Attempts at flight from the demands of instinct are, however, in general useless and, in spite of everything, the result of phobic flight remains unsatisfactory.
Okay, let's break there, because now he switches to different neuroses. So he will probably talk about obsession. And now he talked about phobia. This was extremely dense. We got substitute formations. We got... Yeah, but...
Maybe we got it all, people. We got substitute formations.
We got... So, what the fuck just happened? So, you get the phobic. And, like, he loves his father. And he represses this idea. Or he hates his father, let's say. And he attacks this animal. And he has phobia when he sees this animal. And then he brings more and more contents into this substitute formation, so he fears maybe some, I don't know what, like maybe environments or like situations with animals. So this whole story is like you detect more and more of like derivatives of this random idea to which was substituted.
I think I think it's like I think this unlocked the part about anticathexis for me more, because okay, so this guy he gets the phobia of, let's say, rats. Rats are nice psychoanalytic animals. So he's very, very afraid of rats, and so at first it's like, okay, I cannot encounter rats. And first the anxiety is produced in the actual perception of the rat. And then Freud develops this, like, the phobia develops outwards. Because the substitution, if the libido in the of like the repressed idea of the hate for the father, so it's still pushing. So this phobic structure can never completely count for, because in some sense it always relates back to this repressed idea.
But notice what he says.
So it has.
If the impulse comes from the drive, from this side, this whole substitute formation is helpless, basically. Like, anxiety will erupt and you can do nothing. Like, all of this phobic stuff can do nothing about it. This sentence, the process of repression is not yet completed. It finds a further aim in the task of inhibiting the development of the anxiety which arises from the substitute. So let's say he fears rats, and he encounters rats and he gets anxious. So then what he does is he doesn't go to places in which he thinks he can encounter rats. So maybe in this way,
And And then at some point in the night, he wakes up and he's like, oh my God, is there a rat under my bed? And it gets more and more phobic.
And then he gets to this point. The system conscious now protects itself by an anticathexis of its environment. In this way, the formation...
It's everywhere, threat.
Everywhere. So, like, the whole world is interpreted with rats in mind. Or something like this.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is like the person, like in the Todd McGowan example, who is like, I cannot go to buildings, there's shit in the pipes. This is like, why is this actually happening? What does this do for the ego to even let this happen? I imagine it kind of like a little bit, and I mean, Freud does not reference it, but it's kind of like master-slave dialectic a little bit.
Go
No,
on.
it's like one has to give up. Yeah, one has to give up. They encounter each other. There is this tension between the unconscious and the conscious. Yeah, on the level of ideas. And so the conscious is like, aha, I know what I will do. I twist your energy around and I make it something else. Fuck you, unconscious. But then the unconscious knocks on the door the whole time and is like, you're still in a relation with me. Like in a certain sense, the conscious becomes the slave of the unconscious. Functionally.
He really
It has to constantly...
Yeah, he
Yeah.
really diminishes the influence of the ego in this paragraph. So he's like, the ego can behave as though it can master this anxiety because it put it in the... Because it misrecognizes this anxiety as coming from the outside, and it can do all of this stuff, and that's okay. But if the drive knocks at the door, that you really love your father or hate him, then you can do shit about it.
You can do shit about it.
And this is, I think, he means that this is an example of a failed repression, in the sense that the affect of anxiety is not... It tries so hard and so hard and so hard to get rid of it, but it cannot. So it ends with this. The whole outer world is like attempt is like is in a sense the construction of this world attempts to get rid of anxiety, but it cannot do this. But he doesn't explain.
And he's not.
Yeah, go.
And he's not yet there, I think, at Fort Da game. It's still like very positivistic. One thing wants to do a positive thing, the other wants to do a positive thing. There's an antagonism. One is weaker than the other.
Yeah.
And these are assumptions on his part still, because it's like, how the fuck do you empirically prove any of this shit? He's only doing topological. He even says that he does topological theory right now.
Yeah, he still talks as if, and I mean, he will probably continue, that you have the ego tries to, or the conscious system tries to protect itself, and like Lacan drops this, like in the sense that there is no ego which tries to protect itself. But like this is like the dynamic process which involves. Yeah, but the language of catexis maybe is good, because it doesn't really... He mentions ego only in the end, and I have the feeling that it's kind of forced, that the ego behaves. Like before he only talked about catexis, and like...
Yeah, that's true. It's true. And I think like also maybe it's not such a smart move, but still, I'm thinking about Lacan, so I'm thinking about Lacan. I feel like anticathexis is maybe an attempt to not encounter the gaze. You know, like to not see yourself in all of this shit, but it's like, no, these are all external things happening to me. My children are really dirty. They are actually really dirty. I really have to clean them. There's nothing else going on here.
Okay, so the rat would be so the rat would be that you turn your eye to the rat so that you don't look at your father, because if you looked at your father you would encounter the gaze. Something like this.
Yeah. But through the rat, you still look at yourself.
Oh yeah, yeah,
But
you
this
still feel
relation-
anxiety. Yeah.
Man, there's this great one rat movie. There's a horror movie about rats, where this guy's actually very psychoanalytic, where he trains rats and then they turn against him, and he uses them to exact revenge. It's a great movie.
How it's called?
Let me check again. I think it was Zizek.
I
who
thought
wrote
you were
about
talking
him.
for a second about Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, but the rat was the trainer, not the trainee.
Willard.
Willard.
Willard is the name of the horror movie.
Okay, let me pull this up. We have to get this one. So he trains rats and they turn against him.
Yeah, they turn against him when he because they take him over. First they are his friends and they help him and he can command them. And then they come back to haunt him.
Wow. Wow, it looks amazing. Eston entre
But the 19
nosotros. I think I looked at an Italian
But the
version.
1971 version, yeah, the 1971 version is better, I think.
This looks dope. We have to do a watch Theory Underground watch together.
That would be awesome.
And there is on the Google Graphics also a car from GTA San Andreas called Willard. Okay, great. So this is our
There's
phobic.
always something sticking out. There's always something sticking out.
Okay, we can we can go on, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
A great deal. Yeah, should we continue?
Yeah.
A great deal of what we have found in anxiety hysteria also holds good for the other two neuroses, so that we can confine our discussion to their points of difference and to the part played by anticathexis. In conversion hysteria, the instinctual cathexis of the repressed idea is changed into the innervation of the symptom. How far and in what circumstances the unconscious idea is drained empty by this discharge into innervation, so that it can relinquish its pressure upon the system CS. These and similar questions had better be reserved for a special investigation of hysteria. In conversion hysteria, the part played by the anticathexis proceeding from the system CS, PCS, is clear and becomes manifest in the formation of the symptom. It is the anticathexis that decides upon what portion of the instinctual representative the whole cathexis of the later is able to be concentrated. The portion thus selected to be a symptom fulfills the condition of expressing the wishful aim of the instinctual impulse no less than the defensive or punitive efforts of the system CS. Thus, it becomes hypercathected, and it is maintained from both directions, like the substitutive idea in anxiety hysteria. From this circumstance, we may conclude without hesitation that the amount of energy expended by the system CS on repression need not be so great as the cathectic energy of the symptom. For the strength of the repression is measured by the amount of anticathexis expended, whereas the symptom is supported not only by this anticathexis, but also by the instinctual cathexis from the system UCS, which is condensed in the symptom. As regards obsessional neurosis, we need only add to the observation brought forward in the preceding paper that it is here that the anticathexis from the system CS comes most noticeably into the foreground. It is this which, organized as a reaction formation, brings about the first repression, and which is later the point at which the repressed idea breaks through. We may venture the supposition that it is because of the predominance of the anticathexis and the absence of discharge that the work of repression seems far less successful in anxiety hysteria and in obsessional neurosis than in conversion hysteria. Let's read the last sentence again. We may venture the supposition that it is because of the predominance of the anticathexis and the absence of discharge that the work of repression seems far less successful in anxiety hysteria and in obsessional neurosis than in conversion hysteria. That's helped me. What is Freud's definition of conversion hysteria?
Okay, so conversion hysteria. So these are earlier categories. Like when he says conversion hysteria, he basically means what Lacan calls hysteria. Because in hysteria, what is conversion? The libido connected to the repressed idea is converted into a somatic discharge. So you get a symptom in the sense that some part of your body, you puke. You cannot stop puking. You shit. You have a tick, like Zizek, the sniff. This is a conversion of energy. And hysteria is characterized by Freud as, in hysteria, the conflict, the unconscious idea, it's push on the conscious. This libido is expressed on the level of motor activity. So basically it goes into the body, not in and obsessional neurosis. And this is different precisely because there is discharge in hysteria. So the symptom discharges the libido from the unconscious idea. And in obsessional neurosis, you don't get this. It's not channeled into the somatic, the libido from the drive, from the unconscious repressed idea is not channeled into soma, into body, but rather what you get is precisely this conscious anti-catexis, in the sense that a lot of ideas are catected, man, and you are obsessed with them because these ideas, all of them, are catected precisely in order so that this unconscious idea is not catected, so it doesn't come through. And you don't discharge in obsessional neurosis because you don't act out this unconscious libido. You simply obsess about these conscious ideas. There is no discharge.
Yeah, okay. Okay. One is never finished in obsession.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you cannot be finished because this is the mechanism by which you escape the repressed. And this is, I think, why he says that it's easier in hysteria, because easier in the sense that repression easier on the conscious side. Hysterics suffer, but the symptom is supported precisely. Both, it's a compromise between the unconscious push and the conscious like anti-push. So the symptom is in the middle. Yeah, it's a compromise formation. And in obsessional neurosis, you don't go. Sorry.
Because of drive effect, right? Like on the somatic level, unconscious is like. Is that what he's saying? Like at some point in the conversion?
Freud says that this is like transformed into
The symptom, yeah. At the symptom, by the instinctual cathetics, also by the drive cathexis, from the system UCS. So it's like yeah, let's take the example. For me, it's always scratching because I do that. If I scratch, my unconscious is like, yeah, okay, man, you don't get. Unconscious does not talk like this, but okay, man, you don't give me this. You don't let me push the repressed idea out. But I like this drive move. You know, like this drive excitation, I take this. Fine, this is an okay trade. I will come to you later.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, yeah, you don't have to do like directly what I would like to do. So the unconscious says this, but it's like, okay, this scratching is good enough. It's good enough. Like, yeah, it's okay. But it's not, you know, the thing is like, and this is why sublimation is different. Sublimation gets a special status because in a symptom is you discharge the drive in like in a roundabout way, but it's still a compromise. So the drive is still like it would like to go further, and like in sublimation you don't have a compromise. You simply satisfy the drive without all of this bullshit, and like.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, but it's not like hysterics get it better. I mean, like, and
no,
yeah.
No, I mean like there is no better.
Yeah.
In a sense, you know, like hysterics don't have to obsess so hard. That's for the obsessives. Like, but what does my boss want from me? But what does he really want from me? Like, I really have to do good work. This is obsession, yeah? Like, you're constantly preoccupied with all this shit, and puking for 5 hours suddenly in the day is not... I don't know, both are worse, you know? It's like a Stalin thing.
Yeah, exactly. But what I just thought that what you don't, at least at this point in the exposition, I think. So in hysteria, what you don't get is anxiety. I think this is his point, that at least, so you get this symptom which can be painful and like terribly uncomfortable and stuff, but you don't get anxious. And in this sense, repression is successful, that the anxiety is warded off. And in phobia and in obsessional neuroses, anxiety can break through easier than in hysteria.
I think he's wrong on that.
Yeah.
Actually,
that's
Freud is wrong on that, because, and I don't know if he's not even contradicting himself, because earlier in the text he was like, there already was something about anxiety, where he was like connecting it. Yeah, he said like every, you know, when he's speaking about feelings and emotions, he says an emotion has to be felt, and in this regard, yeah, but then he says it's like the emotion. Let me check again, because now I want to figure this out for real.
Also, he's not contradicted himself in the sense that I said it, that this could be it. So
yeah, okay.
Maybe I'm contradicting him. or something. And I also got during the reading why Lacan says that all emotions lie except anxiety, precisely because anxiety is the direct connection to the unconscious, and the different affects are
Yeah.
like displaced.
Yeah, I got that too. Same for me.
It makes so much sense now.
Yeah. And I mean, with hysteria, I think it's if Freud said that like the symptom would, in a sense, render anxiety useless, no anxiety would come up, then I think he's wrong, because when you, on the somatic level, you still worry. You get excitation, you get anxiety, you want to avoid displeasure. So yeah, you know, if that's part of libidinal economy, that in some sense you also want to avoid displeasure, which I know from Lacan's side we can completely problematize this, but then that's not true. Because why the fuck would someone go to analysis if you're not like some girl or like some young lady from a rich family, you hear go see this doctor. But if someone actually comes to you and is like in this position of I don't want this, then
Yeah.
they are anxious about.
No, agreed. I mean, maybe it's not that. I mean, this is still my speculation. Maybe it's not that it wards off anxiety completely, so the symptom can cause anxiety, but like in phobia, you can. So he said that phobia is basically if the drive wants to break through, the phobic can do nothing about it, and maybe in hysteria, what would happen is your symptom would get worse when the drive tries to break through, and this could cause anxiety, but it wouldn't be like this direct discharge, like you break down immediately.
Yes, and I think this is the reason, like the one clue why the unconscious is in the sense satisfied with the somatic excitation is because of anxiety.
Oh,
It's like this minimum of like, oh shit, puke, blah blah blah. It's like okay,
maybe. I mean, the symptom is interesting because it's so disconnected from the. So it's Freud says that this basically innervation, that it goes into the innervation, but Lacan will say that I guess from what I understand that the bodily movement is like has a symbolic value, and I think Freud also gets this, but but this symbolic value is very displaced. But in obsession, on the other hand, you also get this, that your obsessional ritual also has a symbolic value to it. I don't know.
that's true. And even in the phobia too.
Yeah.
Why is it this animal and not another?
Phobia is weird because no one treats phobia as a serious category then after, because like you get obsessionals, you get hysterics, but no one is like you are a phobic or something. It's not a serious. I get the feeling it's like a contingent diagnosis. You are afraid of dogs. Okay, you are a phobic, but like not you like existentially you are a phobic. I don't know.
But I think you could also subsume it under obsession.
Yeah, I also thought this.
And I think that's what happened. That's like, it's just your obsession is the animal.
Okay, yeah, that makes
Because even in the
sense.
way he, you know, or like your bodily intactness, your idea of bodily intactness, because the bears, the germs, they will come inside me. And then you're already, if you're a phobic of germs, you are an obsessive. You wash your hands
True.
300 times a day.
You know, in Y Theory, they did an episode on neuroses. I recommend it, and like Todd and Ryan said that phobia is the general category of neuroses. That like phobia is neurosis, and then you get obsession and hysteria. And I don't. But everyone says something different. Like Fink says something different on this. Like Lacan, I have no idea.
They break my mind. They break my mind a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. I don't because they don't explain it. They just said it. And, okay, okay. We can do chapter
it's
5
like-
if you want. Sorry.
Yeah, we can. It's just one tangent because it's like, you know, like it's like don't give grounds to your desire, and then Zizek comes around. It's like don't give grounds to your drive, and I'm like, yeah, okay. Drive is like the really unconscious one. Okay, I see. It's the place of freedom. Yeah, I get it, man. And then I talk with you, and it's like, yeah, but some Lacanians say like desire is very unconscious, and I'm so like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Where's the distinction, fuckers?
Yeah, it really is like this. If you dig, then you get more confused. And like this drive desire thing is very interesting because like Lacan never says don't give ground relative to your desire. He never says it. He says like the only thing can be guilty of is giving ground relative to your desire, and this can be interpreted in various ways. So like it's not like Johnston has a nice.
True.
I can send you an article by Johnston. It's a great one. It's short. It's called like the vicious circle of the
Please.
superego, and he says that like this motto is not like it's not a recommendation.
It's not prescriptive.
It's not
Yeah,
prescriptive.
it's yes. Because you are guilty because of the fucking superego. Because you cannot, never, ever fulfill it.
Yeah, it's descriptive. You are guilty in the eyes of the superego. Mm.
Yeah, man, this is one point where I really want to, but this is skeptic mode of Zizek, and right now I'm trying to play believing game. And I feel like the biggest burn I have read against Zizek is actually when Dwayne Russell said in a lecture, Zizek, why did you not finish your therapy with Jacques Miller? And it's like, and I really thought about it. I was like, yeah, why is that?
Yeah, that's true. It's so
Maybe so you can say at the end, don't give grounds to your drive.
We should ask him that. He would kill us probably. I don't know. You know this. You know, I heard that. I don't have any details, but it's so funny to me. Someone told me that what happened was Zizek went to this analysis with Miller. I don't know if this is true, but if it isn't, it should be true. And he started bringing Miller fake dreams, like dreams that he made up, and like Miller figured it out after a few times, but then he still kept coming and giving him like these bullshit dreams, and then they broke down this. They stopped analysis. I don't know if this is true, but I love it.
Oh, is Zizek an analyst?
Oh, he's not an analyst. Zizek is
But
not.
sometimes people call him that.
But he is not. He's not an analyst because you have to finish analysis. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
But also something
Okay.
must have happened. Yeah, you're right. Let's go because we are tangenting too much.
You know, it's like, it's interesting because it's very weird. I will say one thing because I think we're still recording this.
Yeah.
It's very interesting that when in psychoanalytic informed philosophy, it's very weird because once you bring in psychoanalytic concepts and you analyze public figures and movies and basically everything. You philosophize about it, but with analytic concepts. I always ask myself this question where I'm like, yeah, but how much can I apply these concepts now to you? You know? Like, Mr. Zizek, you're doing this to Marx. Maybe I do this to you too. Then the next question is, when does it become tasteless? Because, like, analysis is not, I think we both agree, not a joke. It's also not church, but it's also not a joke.
Yeah, and also like when one reads like philosophy, one wants to, maybe not wants to, but there is this. I think it's right. This idea that this philosophy should inform my life. That I should kind of, I should apply, like not keep it completely separate from my life as a funny idea I learn about, but kind of it should have an impact. And like if you read Zizek, then you will get a lot of ideas in him, and maybe not even Zizek, but like Zizek and others, and because they are so fundamental, one should be very careful, because like maybe precisely something is going on where they are not sure or something, and like you can read this shit with don't give a ground relative to your desire, and like, but the point is always that they don't know what this means, and they are figuring this out, and it's like,
Yeah, and it's a little bit contradictory too, because like when you take into account traverse the fantasy, it's like, this is how I understand it, that it's like even in philosophy, when you do it and you take it serious, the question is, what do you put there? Like the Kantian thing is like, aside from pathology, what do you put there?
yeah. And to be fair to Zizek, he never goes out and says do this, do that. He always is like,
I know.
yeah, because I felt like I was being unfair, but like he always says like, okay, this is problematic, and we don't know, and this is like, so yeah.
He is the anti-master. He's the anti-master in some sense.
No,
He
fuck.
still prescribes gulag to people.
Exactly. No, fuck him. He wrote 30 books. We can shit on him. It's fine. We do it with
Okay.
love. Yeah, let's do it. Let's continue.
Before we obsessionalize ourselves into it was like,
Exactly. He is
take
the
Zizek seriously. Fuck Zizek.
yeah. He really is the substitutive formation.
Okay. Do you want to read? Should I read?
I can go because you were going for a time there. Okay.
And I
fine.
smoke, but I hear you.
Yeah, go smoke. I was smoking the whole time, so I'm full. 5. The special characteristics of the system UCS, or unconscious. The distinction we have made between the two psychical systems receives fresh significance when we observe that processes in one system, the unconscious, show characteristics which are not met with again in the system immediately above it. The nucleus of the unconscious consists of instinctual representatives, which seeks to discharge their catexis. That is to say, it consists of wishful impulses. These rival impulses are coordinate with one another and exist side by side, without being influenced by one another, and are exempt from mutual contradiction. When two wishful impulses, whose aims must appear to us incompatible, become simultaneously active, the two impulses do not diminish each other or cancel each other out, but combine to form an intermediate aim, a compromise. There are in this system no negation, no doubt, no degrees of certainty. All this is only introduced by the work of the censorship between the unconscious and the preconscious conscious. Negation is a substitute at a higher level for repression. In the unconscious, there are only contents, catected with greater or lesser strength. The catectic intensities are much more mobile in the unconscious. By the process of displacement, one idea may surrender to another its whole quota of catexis. By the process of condensation, it may appropriate the whole catexis of several other ideas. I have proposed to regard these two processes as distinguishing marks of the so-called primary psychical process. In the system preconscious conscious, the secondary process is dominant. When a primary process is allowed to take its course in connection with elements belonging to the system preconscious conscious, it appears comic and excites laughter. The processes of the system unconscious are timeless, i.e., they are not ordered temporally, are not altered by the passage of time. They have no reference to time at all. Reference to time is bound up once again with the work of the system conscious. The unconscious processes pay just as little regard to reality. They are subject to the pleasure principle. Their fate depends only on how strong they are, and on whether they fulfill the demands of the pleasure-unpleasure regulation. To sum up, exemption from mutual contradiction, primary process, mobility of catexis, timelessness, and replacement of external by psychical reality. These are the characteristics which we may expect to find in processes belonging to the system unconscious. Unconscious processes only become cognizable by us under the conditions of dreaming and of neurosis. That is to say, when processes of the higher preconscious conscious systems are set back to an earlier stage by being lowered by regression. In themselves, they cannot be cognized, indeed are even incapable of carrying on their existence. Let me read this. In themselves, they cannot be cognized, indeed are even incapable of carrying on their existence. For the system unconscious is at a very early moment overlaid by the preconscious, which has taken over access to consciousness and to motility. Discharge from the system unconscious passes into somatic innervation that leads to development of affect. But even this path of discharge is, as we have seen, contested by the preconscious. By itself, the system unconscious would not, in normal conditions, be able to bring about any expedient muscular acts, with the exception of those already organized as reflexes. What does he mean when he says, in themselves, the unconscious processes, they cannot be cognized, indeed are even incapable of carrying on their existence? For the system unconscious is at a very early moment overlaid by the preconscious, which has taken over access to consciousness and to motility. So, is he saying that? I mean, what is weird to me is existence. So, unconscious processes cannot be cognized and are incapable of carrying on their existence. What? I don't know. Maybe I'll go on.
Could I take over for a bit?
If you want, yeah.
The full significance of the characteristics of the system, unconscious, described above, could only be appreciated by us if we were to contrast and compare them with those of the system preconscious. But this would take us so far afield that I propose that we should once more call a halt and not undertake the comparison of the two till we can do so in connection with our discussion of the higher system. Only the most pressing points of all will be mentioned at this stage. The processes of the system preconscious display, no matter whether they are already conscious or only capable of becoming conscious, an inhibition of the tendency of cathected ideas towards discharge. When a process passes from one idea to another, the first idea retains a part of its cathexis and only a small portion undergoes displacement. Displacements and condensations, such as happen in the primary process, are excluded or very much restricted. This circumstance caused Breuer to assume the existence of two different states of cathectic energy in mental life, one in which the energy is tonically bound, and the other in which it is freely mobile and presses towards discharge. In my opinion, this distinction represents the deepest insight we have gained up to the present into the nature of nervous energy, and I do not see how we can avoid making it. A metapsychological presentation would most urgently call for further discussion at this point, though perhaps that would be too daring an undertaking as yet. Further, it develops upon the system preconscious to make communication possible between the different ideational contents so that they can influence one another, to give them an order in time, and to set up a censorship or several censorships. Reality testing, too, the reality principle, are in its province. Conscious memory, moreover, seems to depend wholly on the preconscious. This should be clearly distinguished from the memory traces in which the experiences of the unconscious are fixed and probably corresponds to a special registration such as we proposed, but later rejected, to account for the relation of conscious to unconscious ideas. In this connection, also, we shall find means for putting an end to our oscillations in regard to the naming of the higher system, which we have hitherto spoken of indifferently, sometimes as the preconscious and sometimes as the unconscious. Nor will it be out of place here to utter a warning against any over-hasty generalization of what we have brought to light concerning the distribution of the various mental functions between the two systems. We are describing the state of affairs as it appears in the adult human being, in whom the system, unconscious, operates, strictly speaking, only as a preliminary stage of the higher organization. The question of what the content and connections of that system are during the development of the individual, and of what significance it possesses in animals. These are points on which no conclusion can be deduced from our description. They must be investigated independently. Moreover, in human beings, we must be prepared to find possible pathological conditions under which the two systems alter or even exchange both their content and their characteristics.
Psychosis.
Bam, bam, bam.
Wow.
So did he just say I kind of don't get the guy on this. Did he finally say, okay, the preconscious is the conscious?
He said that he will clarify, and then he didn't do it. I mean, maybe he means that he will say preconscious, but he said. But this is so nice because this is nice in the sense that he says that he was oscillating, and then he will stop, but he didn't modify the text. Like he just left it as he.
And he oscillated.
Yeah.
Then he oscillated. Yeah, but yeah.
I like this because this is like he's like, yeah, I said this and I said this. Now we'll clarify. Okay, so you have to read the whole text. Okay.
That's true. It's true. And he might do it. Yeah, then comes communication between two systems.
And this, I get the feeling that this is still. How many years is this before Beyond the Pleasure Principle? Let me check because this is still at the stage where he is like, no, but you know, this is 5 years, only 5 years before Beyond the Pleasure Principle. So he is like, no, but you know, the unconscious, it's suppressed, and you know, in normal human beings it's okay. So you have the reality principle and the secondary process is dominant, and then you get Beyond the Pleasure Principle and it's like, no man, everything, death drive. It's crazy.
For that game.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think yeah, that's true. That's good to keep in mind.
And this is during the war, so this is the thing. Like the war is going on, like right now when he is writing this.
World War One.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think like he does something akin to, like Leon Brenner talked about this in one talk with Dave, where he was talking about the Umwelt, which is like the world in between the inside and the outside. And I think Freud does something similar to with the preconscious, where it's like the preconscious is not part of the unconscious, but the preconscious is kind of like the gate of consciousness.
I got the feeling that he is saying that so you have the unconscious and you have the preconscious, and like in the preconscious sometimes there is the spotlight of consciousness, but like consciousness in itself is not. So it's like a special feature. Sometimes it's a feature, but in general you have this system of preconscious in which there is this different type of catexes. There is no free flow of energy between ideas. Okay, and then sometimes they can become conscious, they can be not conscious. That's okay, like it's fine. But like you have two big systems, the unconscious and the preconscious, and the preconscious is just preconscious because if you are not conscious of something, then it is still in the logic of the preconscious. Like I don't know if I'm expressing myself in the right way.
Yeah, but yeah, okay. So only those ideas. So it's like when we take parapraxis. Yeah. There needs to be the possibility of something at least becoming conscious. So if I would have a parapraxis, maybe I'm speaking complete bullshit, but I go out on a limb here. If my parapraxis would be completely like an incursion of the unconscious, yeah, then I could not, could I, wouldn't I, wouldn't I immediately get super much anxiety? In a sense. So, if my parapraxis was preconscious, then I can be like, oh yeah, this was a slip. I didn't mean that. Because unconscious means not conscious ideas. I mean, like, if I stress, I really want to adhere to this, you know, like.
Yeah, but like negation also. So if you negate, then you basically somehow connect to this unconscious. I think maybe this is the question of the distance from the representative of the drive. So in the sense that in a parapraxis it is expressed, but it is so distant from the repressed idea that it's okay. Like you don't even notice it. You need an analyst in order to do it, right? So this would be like,
Yeah.
it's a preconscious form in the sense that it's a preconscious chain of ideas and kind of connected. Maybe we can read this communication between the two systems. Maybe this, because this sounds exactly like what we need. I don't know if you want to keep on going, because it's kind of like,
Let's go.
let's go.
Let's fucking do it.
Let's do it. I also, yeah, I'm up.
Yeah, I'm in Gaber mode.
In what mode?
A gamer like this.
A gamer.
So
Okay.
it's like,
Based.
what did you hear?
No, I don't know. Okay. 420 blaze it. Let's go.
6. People, you are watching us live, hijacking our drives into reading theory. So, here goes nothing. 6. Communication between the two systems. It would nevertheless be wrong to imagine that the unconscious remains at rest while the whole work of the mind is performed by the preconscious. That the unconscious is something finished with a vestigial organ, a residuum from the process of development. It is wrong also to suppose that communication between the two systems is confined to the act of repression, with the preconscious casting everything that seems disturbing to it into the abyss of the unconscious. On the contrary, the unconscious is alive and capable of development and maintains a number of other relations with the preconscious, amongst them that of cooperation. In brief, it must be said that the unconscious is continued into what are known as derivatives, that it is accessible to the impressions of life, that it constantly influences the preconscious and is, even for its part, subjected to influences from the preconscious. Study of the derivatives of the unconscious will completely disappoint our expectations of a schematically clear-cut distinction between the two psychical systems. This will no doubt give rise to dissatisfaction with our results and will probably be used to cast doubts on the value of the way in which we have divided up the psychical processes. Our answer is, however, that we have no other aim but that of translating into theory the results of observation. And we deny that there is any obligation on us to achieve at our first attempt a well-rounded theory which will command itself by its simplicity. We shall defend.
Air horn. Pew pew pew.
Based. Yeah, he's being based right now. We shall defend the complications of our theory so long as we find that they meet the results of observation, and we shall not abandon our expectations of being led in the end by those very complications to this discovery of a state of affairs which while simple in itself can account for all the complications of reality. Among among the derivatives of the unconscious instinctual impulses, drive impulses, of the sort we have described, there are some which unite in themselves characters of an opposite kind. On the one hand, they are highly organized, free from self-contradiction, have made use of every acquisition of the system consciousness, and would hardly be distinguished in our judgment from the formations of that system. On the other hand, they are unconscious and are incapable of becoming conscious. Thus, qualitatively, they belong to the system pre-conscious, but factually to the unconscious. Their origin is what decides their fate. We may compare them with individuals of mixed race who, taken all around, resemble white men, but who betray
It's
but
starting.
who betray
It's starting.
their resemble white men, but who betray their color descent by some striking feature or other, and on that account are excluded from society and enjoy none of the privileges of white people. Of such a nature are those fantasies of normal people, as well as of neurotics, which we have recognized as preliminary stages in the formation both of dreams and of symptoms, and which, in spite of their high degree of organization, remain repressed and therefore cannot become conscious. They draw near to consciousness and remain undisturbed so long as they do not have an intense cathexis, but as soon as they exceed a certain height of cathexis, they are thrust back. Substitutive formations, too, are highly organized derivatives of the unconscious of this kind. But these succeed in breaking through into consciousness when circumstances are favorable. For example, if they happen to join forces with an anticathexis from the preconscious. And just a second for like his race stuff. Yeah, you can read it that way and you can read it this way. I mean, of course, he's a white guy in Europe, but he's also a Jewish white guy in Europe. So
I think he got a pass from from he's not problematic in this passage because he said that he was ambivalent, like, yeah, these people, they look white but they have some features, so they don't get, and he said privileges of white people, so that's a certified text to me.
yes,
And
yes,
and but the thing about so this is like kind of blows my mind. So all he said previously, that like the unconscious system, the primary process, is completely qualitatively different from the secondary process. In the one, the ideas are connected by condensation and displacement, and in the secondary process they are rational. So now he's saying that this was all a perfect generalization. So that's kind of mind-blowing. Their origin is what decides their fate. Go.
yeah. Yeah, we could ask, I think, Leon Brenner in the last discussion. I would like to ask him about this because it's interesting if you read Freud and like I think all the Lacanians I have met and even Freudo-Marxists. They're always like, yeah, it's all there in Freud. Read Freud, it's all there in Freud. And I'm like, when I read it, probably I'm too stupid. But I'm like, yeah, but it's not so clear cut. It depends on like which text from him, at which time, what do you take out of it?
Yeah.
Because he's still he's this is hystericizing my idea of the unconscious right now,
Yeah, mine too.
which is a good thing.
Yeah, mine too, because I was like, yeah, I
Mental.
get it, and now I'm like, and I think it's, yeah, so he always develops, and like the thing I noticed is that Lacan, for example, very much prizes early texts by Freud, so like the project for scientific psychology is 1895, so 20 years before this text. And Lacan is like, that's where the shit is, because it's before all of this topology, trying to talk about the ego and stuff. And like, I don't know, I guess you have to figure it out. Yeah, so it's like,
Yeah.
yeah,
But then Lacan comes around and does topology himself.
yeah,
To get Mobius strips and toruses.
I totally agree. And he's the same in the sense that you can you have those different phases, and they are contradictory in some aspects. So like late Lacan is contradictory with middle Lacan, and like Zizek is like sometimes that late Lacan is shit and middle Lacan is great, and like McGowan has this take, or someone, I don't remember, that like, yeah, he's changing, but the central antagonism is the same. So this would be like speculative identity, and I don't know. But this fragment really hystericizes me, so like, that's based.
Okay. Blah blah. When elsewhere we come to examine more closely the preconditions for becoming conscious, we shall be able to find a solution of some of the difficulties that arise at this juncture. Here it seems a good plan to look at things from the angle of consciousness. In contrast to our previous approach, which was upwards from the unconscious. Consciousness, the whole sum of psychical processes, presents itself as the realm of the preconscious. A very great part of this preconscious originates in the unconscious, as the character of its derivatives, and is subjected to a censorship before it can become conscious. Another part of the preconscious is capable of becoming conscious without any censorship. Here we come upon a contradiction of an earlier assumption. In discussing the subject of repression, we were obliged to place the censorship which is decisive for becoming conscious between the systems unconscious and preconscious. Now it becomes probable that there is a censorship between the preconscious and the unconscious. Nevertheless, we shall do well not to regard this complication as difficulty, but to assume that to every transition from one system to that immediately above it, that is, every advance to a higher stage of psychical organization, there corresponds a new censorship. This, it may be remarked, does away with the assumption of a continuous laying down of new registrations.
I'm recording this after the fact because we dropped one paragraph, and it was: the reason for all these difficulties is to be found in the circumstance that the attribute of being conscious, which is the only characteristic of psychical processes that is directly presented to us, is in no way suited to serve as a criterion for the differentiation of systems. I lost you at the precise point of... Wait. Apart from the fact...
Apart from the fact that... Yeah, super. Apart from the fact that the conscious is not always conscious, but also at times latent, observation has shown that much that shares the characteristics of the system pre-conscious does not become conscious. And we learn in addition that the act of becoming conscious is dependent on the attention of the pre-conscious being turned in certain directions. Hence, consciousness stands in no simple relation either to the different systems or to repression. The truth is that it is not only the psychically repressed that remains alien to consciousness, but also some of the impulses which dominate our ego, something, therefore, that forms the strongest functional antithesis to the repressed. The more we seek to win our way to a metapsychological view of mental life, the more we must learn to emancipate ourselves from the importance of the symptom of being conscious. So long as we still cling to this belief, we see our generalizations regularly broken through by exceptions. On the one hand, we find that derivatives of the unconscious become conscious as substitutive formations and symptoms. Generally, it is true after having undergone great distortion as compared with the unconscious, though often retaining many characteristics which call for repression. On the other hand, we find that many preconscious formations remain unconscious, though we should have expected that from their nature, they might very well have become conscious. Probably, in the latter case, the stronger attraction of the unconscious is asserting itself. We are led to look for the more important distinction as lying not between the conscious and the preconscious, but between the preconscious and the unconscious. The unconscious is turned back on the frontier of the preconscious by the censorship. But derivatives of the unconscious can circumvent the censorship, achieve a high degree of organization, and reach a certain intensity of cathexis in the preconscious. When, however, this intensity is exceeded, and they try to force themselves into consciousness, they are recognized as derivatives of the unconscious, and are repressed afresh at the new frontier of censorship between the preconscious and the consciousness. Thus, the first of these censorships is exercised against the unconscious itself, and the second against its preconscious derivatives. One might suppose that in the course of individual development, the censorship had taken a step forward. In psychoanalytic treatment, the existence of the second censorship, located between the systems preconscious and unconscious, and conscious, located between the systems preconscious and conscious, is proved beyond question. We require the patient to form numerous derivatives of the unconscious. We make him pledge himself to overcome the objections of the censorship to these preconscious formations becoming conscious, and by overthrowing this censorship, we open up the way to abrogating the repression accomplished by the earlier one. To this, let us add that the existence of the censorship between the preconscious and the conscious teaches us that becoming conscious is no mere act of perception, but is probably also a hypercathexis. a further advance in the psychical organization. Let us turn to the communications between the unconscious and the other systems, less in order to establish anything new than in order to avoid omitting what is most prominent. At the roots of instinctual activity, the systems communicating with one another most extensively. One portion of the processes which are there excited passes through the unconscious, through a preparatory stage, and reaches the highest psychical development in the conscious. Another portion is retained as unconscious. But the unconscious is also affected by experiences originating from external perception. Normally, all the paths from perception to the unconscious remain open, and only those leading on from the unconscious are subject to blocking by repression. Okay, man, do you want to take over? It's not so many paragraphs anymore.
Yeah, sure. It is a very remarkable thing that the unconscious of one human being can react upon that of another without passing through the conscious. This deserves closer investigation, especially with a view to finding out whether preconscious activity can be excluded as playing a part in it. But descriptively speaking, the fact is incontestable. The content of the system, preconscious or conscious, is derived partly from drival life through the medium of the unconscious and partly from perception. It is doubtful how far the processes of this system, preconscious, can exert a direct influence on the unconscious. Examination of pathological cases often reveals an almost incredible independence and lack of susceptibility to influence on the part of the unconscious. A complete divergence of their trends, a total severance of the two systems, is what above all characterizes a condition of illness. Nevertheless, psychoanalytic treatment is based upon an influencing of the unconscious from the direction of the conscious, and at any rate shows that this, though a laborious task, is not impossible. The derivatives of the unconscious, which act as intermediaries between the two systems, open the way, as we have already said, towards accomplishing this. But we may safely assume that a spontaneously effected alteration in the unconscious from the direction of the conscious is a difficult and slow process. Cooperation between a preconscious and an unconscious impulse, even when the latter is intensely repressed, may come about if there is a situation in which the unconscious impulse can act in the same sense as one of the dominant trends. The repression is removed in this instance, and the repressed activity is admitted as a reinforcement of the one intended by the ego. The unconscious becomes ego-syntonic in respect of this single conjunction, without any change taking place in its repression apart from this. In this cooperation, the influence of the unconscious is unmistakable. The reinforced tendencies reveal themselves as being nevertheless different from the normal. They make specially perfect functioning possible, and they manifest a resistance in the face of opposition, which is similar to that offered, for instance, by obsessional symptoms. Is he talking about sublimation? Or something akin to sublimation? So like sometimes the unconscious can cooperate, like can like reinforce an act, so you become less susceptible. You know what I mean? Less. You
Yeah, I
can.
know what you mean.
You know what I mean. You can act without regard for like the reality principle. Maybe he's talking about sublimation. Let me continue. The content of the unconscious may be compared with an aboriginal population in the mind. If inherited mental formations exist in the human being, something analogous to instinct. The German word here is instinct, not the usual trip. Something analogous to instinct in animals. Thanks, Stretchy, you fucker. You knew all along, man. Something analogous to instinct in animals. These constitute the nucleus of the unconscious. Later, there is added to them what is discarded during childhood development as unserviceable. And this need not differ in its nature from what is inherited. A sharp and final division between the content of the two systems does not, as a rule, take place till puberty. Damn.
Yeah.
The nucleus of the unconscious. This chapter, this subsection is, this chapter is really good. In the sense that he completely broke down the separation between the two systems, but without like losing what he developed previously. I mean, we can try to finish this because we have 7 pages, but we can... I don't know, do we want to finish this?
Man,
How are you
let's
feeling?
go.
Let's go. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good thing. What we have put together in the preceding discussion is probably as much as we can say about the unconscious, so long as we only draw upon our knowledge of dream life and the transference neurosis. It is certainly not much, and at some point it gives an impression of obscurity and confusion. And above all, it offers us no possibility of coordinating or subsuming the unconscious into any context with which we are already familiar. It is only the analysis of one of the affections which we call narcissistic psychoneurosis that promises to furnish us with conceptions through which the enigmatic unconscious will be brought more within our reach and, as it were, made tangible. Since the publication of a work by Abraham, 1908, which that conscientious author has attributed to my instigation, we have tried to base our characterization of Kraplin's dementia praecox, Bleuler's schizophrenia, on its position with reference to the antithesis between ego and object. In the transference neuroses, anxiety hysteria, conversion hysteria, and obsession neurosis, there was nothing to give special prominence to this antithesis. We knew indeed that frustration in regard to the object brings on the outbreak of the neurosis, and that the neurosis involves a renunciation of the real object. We knew too that the libido that is withdrawn from the real object reverts first to a fantasized object and then to one that had been repressed, introversion. But in these disorders, object cathexis in general is retained with great energy, and more detailed examination of the process of repression has obliged us to assume that object cathexis persists in the system unconscious, in spite of, or rather in consequence of, repression. Indeed, the capacity for transference, of which we make use for therapeutic purposes in these affections, presupposes an unimpaired object cathexis. In the case of schizophrenia, on the other hand, we have been driven to the assumption that after the process of repression, the libido that has been withdrawn does not seek a new object, but retreats into the ego. That is to say, that here the object cathexes are given up and the primitive objectless condition of narcissism is re-established. The incapacity of these patients for transference, so far as the pathological process extends, their consequent inaccessibility to therapeutic efforts, their characteristic repudiation of the external world, the appearance of signs of a hypercathexis of their own ego, the final outcome in complete apathy. All these clinical features seem to agree excellently with the assumption that their object cathexes have been given up. As regards the relation of the two psychic systems to each other, all observers have been struck by the fact that in schizophrenia, a great deal is expressed as being conscious, which in the transference neurosis can only be shown to be present in the unconscious by psychoanalysis. But to begin with, we were not able to establish any intelligible connection between the ego-object relation and the relationships of consciousness. What we are seeking seems to present itself in the following unexpected way. In schizophrenics, we observe, especially in the initial stages, which are so instructive, a number of changes in speech, some of which deserve to be regarded from a particular point of view. The patient often devotes peculiar care to his way of expressing himself, which becomes stilted and precious. The construction of his sentences undergoes a peculiar disorganization, making them so incomprehensible to us that his remarks seem nonsensical. Some reference to bodily organs or innovations is often given prominence in the content of these remarks. To this may be added the fact that in such symptoms of schizophrenia as are comparable with the substitutive formations of hysteria or obsessional neurosis, the relation between the substitute and the repressed material nevertheless displays peculiarities which would surprise us in these two forms of neurosis. Dr. Viktor Tausk of Vienna has placed at my disposal some observations that he has made in the initial stages of schizophrenia in a female patient, which are particularly valuable in that the patient was ready to explain her utterances herself. I will take two of his examples to illustrate the view I wish to put forward, and I have no doubt that every observer could easily produce plenty of such material. A patient of Tausk's, a girl who was brought to the clinic after a quarrel with her lover, complained that her eyes were not right, they were twisted. Okay, I will sleep, I will dream about this probably. This she herself explained by bringing forward a series of reproaches against her lover in coherent language. Quote, she could not understand him at all. He looked different every time. He was a hypocrite, an eye twister. He had twisted her eyes. Now she had twisted eyes. They were not her eyes anymore. Now she saw the world with different eyes. Quote end. The patient's comments on her unintelligible remark have the value of an analysis, for they contain the equivalent of the remark expressed in a generally comprehensible form. They throw light at the same time on the meaning and the genesis of schizophrenic word formation. I agree with Tausk in stressing in this example the point that the patient's relation to a bodily organ, the eye, has arrogated to itself the representation of the whole content. Here, the schizophrenic utterance exhibits a hypochondriac trait. It has become organ speech. A second communication by the same patient was as follows. Quote, she was standing in church. Suddenly she felt a jerk. She had to change her position as though somebody was putting her into a position, as though she was being put in a certain position. Quote end. Now came the analysis of this through a fresh series of reproaches against her lover. Quote, he was common. He had made her common too, though she was naturally refined. He had made her like himself by making her think that he was superior to her. Now she had become like him, because she thought she would be better if she were like him. He had given a false impression of his position. Now she was just like him. Quote end, by identification. Quote, he had put her in a false position. Quote end. The physical movement of changing her position, Tausk remarks, depicted the words putting her in a false position and her identification with her lover. I would call attention once more to the fact that the whole train of thought is dominated by the element which has for its content a bodily innervation, or rather the sensation of it. Furthermore, a hysterical woman would, in the first example, have in fact convulsively twisted her eyes and, in the second, have given actual jerks instead of having the impulse to do so, or the sensation of doing so. In neither example would she have any accompanying conscious thoughts, nor would she have been able to express any such thoughts afterwards.
You want me to
These
switch?
two observations.
Okay, go. Cool.
I would read this and then you can go.
No, go, because I'm afraid that I will drop.
Okay. These two observations then argue in favor of what we have called hypochondriacal speech or organ speech. And what seems to us more important, they also point to something else, of which we have innumerable instances. For example, the cases collected in Bleuler's monograph, which may be reduced to a definite formula. In schizophrenia, words are subjected to the same process as that which makes the dream images out of latent dream thoughts, what we have called the primary psychical process. They undergo condensation, and by means of displacement transfer their cathexis to one another in their entirety. The process may go so far that a single word, if it is specially suitable on account of its numerous connections, takes over the representation of a whole train of thought. The works of Bleuler, Jung, and their pupils offer a quantity of material which particularly supports this assertion. Before we draw any conclusion from impressions such as these, let us consider further the distinctions between the formation of substitutes in schizophrenia on the one hand and in hysteria and obsessional neuroses on the other. Subtle distinctions which nevertheless make a strange impression. Patient whom I have at present under observation, has allowed himself to be withdrawn from all the interests of life on account of a bad condition of the skin of his face. He declares that he has blackheads and deep holes in his face, which everyone notices. Analysis shows that he is playing out his castration complex upon his skin. At first, he worked at these blackheads remorselessly, and it gave him great satisfaction to squeeze them out because, as he said, something spurted out when be done so. I think this should be spurted out when he did so. Then he began to think that a deep cavity appeared wherever he had got rid of a blackhead, and he reproached himself most vehemently with having ruined his skin forever by constantly fiddling about with his hands. Pressing out the content of the blackheads is clearly to him a substitute for masturbation. The cavity, which then appears owing to his fault, is the female genitalia. That means the fulfillment of the threat of castration, or the fantasy representing that threat, provoked by his masturbating. This substitutive formation has, in spite of its hypochondriacal character, considerable resemblance to a hysterical conversion. And yet, we have a feeling that something different must be going on here, that a substitutive formation such as this cannot be attributed to hysteria, even before we can say in what the difference consists. A tiny little cavity, such as a pore of the skin, would hardly be used by a hysteric as a symbol for the vagina, which he is otherwise ready to compare with every imaginable object that encloses a hollow space. Besides, we should expect the multiplicity of these little cavities to prevent him from using them as a substitute for the female genitalia. The same applies to the case of a young patient reported by Tausk some years ago to the Vienna Psychoanalytic Society. This patient behaved in other respects as exactly as though he were suffering from an obsessional neurosis. It took hours to wash and dress, and so on. It was noticeable, however, that he was able to give the meaning of his inhibitions without any resistance. In putting on his stockings, for instance, he was disturbed by the idea that he must pull apart the stitches in the knitting. That means the holes. And to him, every hole was a symbol of the female genital aperture. This again is a thing which we cannot attribute to an obsessional neurotic. Reitler observed, this was a name I had to say in a very German tone, Reitler observed a patient of the later sort who also suffered from having to take a long time over putting on his stockings. This man, after overcoming his resistances, found as the explanation that his foot symbolized a penis, that putting on the stocking stood for a masturbatory act, that he had to keep on pulling the stocking on and off, partly in order to complete the picture of masturbation, and partly in order to undo that act. If we ask ourselves what it is that gives the character of strangeness to the substitutive formation and the symptom in schizophrenia, we eventually come to realize that it is the predominance of what has to do with words over what has to do with things. As far as the thing goes, there is only a very slight similarity between squeezing out a blackhead and an emission from the penis, and still less similarity between the innumerable shallow pores of the skin and the vagina. But in the former case there is, in both instances, a spurting out, while in the latter the cynical saying, "a hole is a hole," is true verbally. What has dictated the substitution is not the resemblance between the things denoted, but the sameness of the words used to express them, where the two, word and thing, where the two, word and thing, do not coincide, the formation of substitutes in schizophrenia deviates from that in the transference neuroses. Do you want to
Yeah, sure.
read a little bit?
Okay, good. If we now put this finding alongside the hypothesis that in schizophrenia object catexes are given up, we shall be obliged to modify the hypothesis by adding that the catexis of the word presentations of objects is retained. What we have permissibly called the conscious presentation of the object can now be split up into the presentation of the word and the presentation of the thing. The latter consists in the catexis, if not of the direct memory images of the thing, at least of remoter memory traces derived from this. We now seem to know all at once what the difference is between a conscious and an unconscious presentations. The two are not, as we supposed, different registration of the same content in different psychical localities, nor yet different functional states of catexis in the same locality. But the conscious presentation comprises the presentation of the thing plus the presentation of the word belonging to it, while the unconscious presentation is the presentation of the thing alone. The system unconscious contains the thing catexis of the objects, the first and true object catexis. The system preconscious comes about by this thing presentation being hypercatected through being linked with the word presentation corresponding to it. It is these hypercatexes, we may suppose, that bring about a higher psychical organization and make it possible for the primary process to be succeeded by the secondary process, which is dominant in the preconscious. Now, too, we are in a position to state precisely what it is that repression denies to the rejected presentation in the transference neuroses. What it denies to the presentation is translation into words, which shall remain attached to the object. A presentation which is not put into words, or a psychical act which is not hypercatected, remains thereafter in the unconscious, in the state of repression. I should like to point out at what an early date we already possessed the insight which today enables us to understand one of the most striking characteristics of schizophrenia. In the last few pages of the Interpretation of Dreams, which was published in 1900, the view was developed that thought processes, i.e., those acts of catexis which are comparatively remote from perception, are in themselves without quality and unconscious, and that they attain their capacity to become conscious only through being linked with the residues of perceptions of words. But word presentations, for their part too, are derived from sense perceptions, in the same way as thing presentations are. The question might therefore be raised, why presentations of objects cannot become conscious through the medium of their own perceptual residues. Probably, however, thought proceeds in systems so far remote from the original perceptual residues that they have no longer retained anything of the qualities of those residues, and in order to become conscious, need to be reinforced by new qualities. Moreover, by being linked with words, catexes can be provided with quality even when they represent only relations between presentations of objects and are thus unable to derive any quality from perceptions. Such relations, which become comprehensible only through words, form a major part of our thought processes. As we can see, being linked with word presentations is not yet the same thing as becoming conscious, but only makes it possible to become so. It is therefore characteristic of the system preconscious and of that system alone. With these discussions, however, we have evidently departed from our subject proper and find ourselves plunged into problems concerning the preconscious and the conscious, which for good reasons we are reserving for separate treatment. As regards schizophrenia, which we only touch on here so far as it seems indispensable for a general understanding of the unconscious, a doubt must occur to us whether the process here termed repression has anything at all in common with the repression which takes place in the transference neurosis. The formula that repression is a process which occurs between the system unconscious and preconscious or conscious and results in keeping something at a distance from consciousness must in any event be modified, in order that it may also be able to induce the case of dementia precox and other narcissistic affections. But the ego's attempt at flight, which expresses itself in the withdrawal of the conscious catexis, nevertheless remains a factor common to the two classes of neurosis. The most superficial reflection shows us how much more radically and profoundly this attempt at flight, this flight of the ego, is put into operation in the narcissistic neurosis. If, in schizophrenia, this flight consists in withdrawal of drival catexis from the points which represent the unconscious presentation of the object, it may seem strange that the part of the presentation of this object which belongs to the system preconscious, namely the word presentations corresponding to it, should on the contrary receive a more intense catexis. We might rather expect that the word presentation, being the preconscious part, would have to sustain the first impact of repression, and that it would be totally uncatectable after repression had proceeded, as far as the unconscious thing presentation. This, it is true, it is difficult to understand. It turns out that the catexis of the word presentation is not part of the act of repression, but represents the first of the attempts at recovery or cure, which so conspicuously dominate the clinical picture of schizophrenia. These endeavors are directed towards regaining the lost object, and it may well be that to achieve this purpose they set off on a path that leads to the object via the verbal part of it, but then find themselves obliged to be content with words instead of things. It is a general truth that our mental activity moves in two opposite directions. Either it starts from the drives and passes through the system unconscious to conscious thought activity, or beginning with an instigation from outside, it passes through the system conscious and preconscious till it reaches the unconscious catexis of the ego and objects. This second path must, in spite of the repression which has taken place, remain traversable, and lies open to some extent to the endeavors made by the neurosis to regain its objects. When we think in abstractions, there is a danger that we may neglect the relations of words to unconscious thing presentations. And it must be confessed that the expression and content of our philosophizing then begins to acquire an unwelcome resemblance to the mode of operation of schizophrenics. We may, on the other hand, attempt a characterization of the schizophrenic's mode of thought by saying that he treats concrete things as though they were abstract. If we have made a true assessment of the nature of the unconscious and have correctly defined the difference between an unconscious and a preconscious presentation, then our researches will inevitably bring us back from many other points to this same piece of insight. This was a very different chapter. I didn't expect this at all.
Yeah, he went all into case studies, right, and stuff like that.
And we got all of the stuff with psychosis, the absence of the split between the unconscious and the conscious. This is so different after having the Brenner course. I mean, everything was here. The schizophrenic treats objects as though they are words, and I mean, he didn't talk about this like very hard, but the way in which he mentioned that in schizophrenia it's all like they can tell you the symbolic meaning of their acts directly, and this like shifts the perspective entirely for me on the. So in neurosis you have these unconscious connections which are censored, and they don't have to be. Like in psychosis they are all out there, like
Yeah. Yeah.
like the hysteric has all of this symbolic content in his actions, but he cannot tell you it, and the schizophrenic he just outright tells you, and but he doesn't do it. That was the fun part, that he can tell you that he has an impulse, but he doesn't have to act on it.
I think like with the distinction with preconscious.
Yeah.
I still think it's consciousness. I think it necessarily has to be a part of it, you know, because it's pre something. It's like, and I'm wondering if it's because I know all this Lacanian stuff, not all of it, but you know, like I have a little basis in it that I'm like, yeah, if you take into account that like signifiers get repressed into the, you know, like they fall into the unconscious, there they form new formations, get infused with libido. I think then you don't need this preconscious stuff. It seems like he only needs it to make sense of like difference between object representation and object relations and word representation and word relations.
I think it's still present in Lacan in the sense that uh, yeah, you have signifiers and they connect, but they connect in different ways in the conscious and in the unconscious in Lacan. So like on the conscious level they have this, you know, we speak rationally, and the unconscious they connect in this linguistic manner, like yeah, like snipping together and like snipping and mashing together and stuff. But I get you, because like this language is not clear. But I think basically like consciousness is disregarded very much in this. So like Lacan doesn't talk about the preconscious, but basically he talks about the preconscious when he speaks about like for example the imaginary. I think imaginary is very much the preconscious, in the sense that we have all of these little signifying structures, like they are imaginary, like my own things, ego, and this is preconscious in a sense, like maybe not even in a sense.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true.
But what was really interesting was that when he said that the unconscious of one person can influence the unconscious of another person without passing through the preconscious, and he said that this is uncontestable, and this is very interesting. So like I don't know, like telepathy maybe, or something like this. He has a paper on telepathy, that I can know something about a different person and I don't know how I know him, how I know it.
Sometimes you do, right?
Sometimes you do, yeah.
Sometimes like there is this kind of like social intelligence where, but then again I'm like you can problematize all of this, you know, like only because what is it, only because the husband thinks his when the husband thinks his wife cheats on him, and she actually does it, it makes it way less. It makes it no less pathologic. Like even if this actually works, it makes it no less pathologic to imagine
Yeah, but this is
being
imaginary, right? Like,
uncastrated in this. Like
yeah, I
I really
get.
can know.
But wouldn't this translate in a way to the symbolic? Because the symbolic is unconscious. Like rather the unconscious is symbolic. So like I can know something about you because you emit these symbolic little things, and precisely I don't have to be conscious of it. In the same way that the hysteric is not conscious of the symbolic value of these like tics, la la la, and like, but the schizophrenic knows. That's interesting. That like, what if but I don't know if the schizophrenic can read like other people's unconscious. I don't think so. I don't think this works like this.
I think they cannot even do it with their own, right?
Right. And there is something really like with this last chapter, because he says assessment of the unconscious, and then he talks about schizophrenia for 7 pages. Like,
It's true.
it must have
But
really.
this is a weird text.
It's a weird text. It's like he mashed this together.
It's like so. Yeah, he's working things out. I don't know what I'd rather have. I rather have Zizek. We gave him some shit in our reading, but there at least I can follow along. Here it's like, okay, man.
Yeah, but I thought
yeah.
I thought it was like not clear, but he was pretty. He was pretty like comprehensible in the first few chapters, and this last bit is really, because this last bit is almost improvised. I think that he just thought he has to put this dementia precox into this, because otherwise he's ignoring stuff.
I have to
Yeah.
finish the paper.
Exactly.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I think it got weird for me once he was like, because he begins this paper, and I remember that we were like, yeah, he just said it. He said the thing. There is no subconscious. There is no subconscious. And then he established something that, in a certain sense, and I know he makes like concessions, and it's like defining like it works like this, and because of this, but then he established something akin to a subconscious.
Oh, okay.
Because
No, yeah.
if I'm a little bit uncharitable, I'm like, yeah, but isn't the preconscious acting like a subconscious? Like, it makes these judgments about how much unconscious content may get censored, may even in a sense like infuse conscious object relations. I think this is maybe why he goes so much into schizophrenia, that he's like, yeah, look, so objects objects can actually get infused, and a person might even speak this.
Yeah, he also said that like it's not only the unconscious which is not conscious, but also ego activity is not conscious. And I like it because all the talk about the ego and stuff, okay, but like no one knows that they have an ego until Freud tells them, like, which and like, but the preconscious, I get the feeling that the preconscious is like, so it's all of our thought activity. So like we don't keep our thought activity in our heads and we can recall it, but it's also the formal structure. So like all of the little rules for like
True.
grammar rules and shit. Like grammar is not unconscious, like it's conscious, like it's pre-conscious exactly. Like you can make it conscious and it's fine.
It's true.
Yeah.
And that's true, because if I remember in which time this guy is writing this piece, where it's like he's part of a movement that's actually they are developing these, and you have a very positivistic. This is how he starts the paper, that he says like, we are actually not only what we are conscious of, and you know, this part where we got stuck, where it was like the internal world is maybe even a little bit more knowable than the external world. So, okay, if he says that and he inquires consciousness, and for Freud, consciousness and the conscious is yet not defined as like Freudian psychoanalysis, it's not the same world as we live in. Yeah? Then you're right, because when you were gone, I quickly did a little Wikipedia check, to my shame, but sometimes it helps me still, that some Freudians, they regard it as like preconscious is if something is on the tip of your tongue.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's not unconscious. You can access it. You know there's something, it's not yet conscious. And even if for some reason, if you, for example, don't spend time on it and attention, it might come up.
Yeah.
So it cannot be unconscious, because unconscious is that which I'm never aware of. It can, in a sense, not come up.
Yeah. McGowan also talks about this in this way, that like he talked about this, I think, in a interview with Doug Lane, and he said like he was basically explaining this, and he said like preconscious is like you don't remember something, but you don't remember it in this way that if someone were to tell you, you would be like, oh yeah, I get it. But like it's not like this big trauma which you go crazy, but you just don't remember.
Yeah.
And I think Freud's point in this text is that consciousness, okay, it's like we are conscious of things, that's okay, but like the dynamic, the difference between, so what people would agree is like people would not be put off if we said that the unconscious is what Freud describes here as the preconscious. So like these thoughts which we are not aware of, blah, blah, blah. And he's saying that, okay, but you encounter this other thing which is completely different. And it's like, I think this is why he has to do this preconscious thing, because if he said unconscious and consciousness, then he would run into all of these problems that, okay, but you are not conscious of this. This doesn't seem to be like these crazy like ideas overflowing. Like, yeah, so he has to split them.
And I think empirically there's something to it too, you know, like because you can remember a trauma.
This is why it's so
This
nice that
can
he
happen.
mixes it up, that he says that like, okay, you can have preconscious things which are have the form of preconscious thought, but which are unconscious. It's like I like the movement of the text, because first he gives these general categories, and then he is like, no, this is like problematized on every level.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Like if he started from this saying that, oh, this all connects and it's random, then it would go nowhere basically.
It frustrated me. Reading this text frustrated me. I like it too, but I also hate it.
Yeah, me too,
But
because
I think. Yeah, why is it for you?
it's all over the place. Like he changes terminology every subchapter, and it's hard to get around. But I think this is also like a nice compendium in the sense that you get all of this stuff and then you can search for it elsewhere.
I think what it is a nice underground piece in a sense. Because Freud is established, so it's not underground in that sense, but still what he's doing, like, he got a lot of shit for it. And he's doing this, and I think this is also kind of frustrating at times for me, where he's like, I mean, we might not know this yet, but it's uncontestable that I can say this. And I think if you're not a psychoanalyst in 1990 living in Vienna and you read all of these case studies and you meet up with the boys in the club and you smoke a cigar
Yeah.
and you're like, of course it is this. Like sometimes he will prove, or not prove, but like elaborate on concepts very in depth, where I'm like, okay, I get you, man. And then sometimes it will just be, how should I put it? Like, he just does like a kickflip, and then he says like, yeah, that's it. You know, like he does this weird move where he turns it around.
Yeah.
Then he says, like, often he ends chapters like that, where he's like, of course I could never say this, or this was obviously shown before. It's like, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. It's almost like going to analysis this text, in the sense that every time you think you got something, he's like, haha, this is not the thing you wanted. I pulled up Less Than Nothing because of the thing and word presentations, because I remembered Zizek talking about this, and I was like, maybe I can read one sentence just. So he says, Freud, conscious, preconscious. This furnishes him with a paradoxical definition of the psychotic's predicament. A psychotic is not one who regresses to a more primitive level of representations of things, who treats words as things, as is commonly said. He is, on the contrary, someone who precisely disposes of presentations of words without presentations of things. In other words, a psychotic can use language in a normal manner, but what he lacks is the unconscious background, which gives the words we use their libidinal resonance, their specific subjective weight and color. Because in this schizophrenia case, they treat things as words, and like they don't use words in this disconnected manner. I don't know. I just thought this would be interesting.
No, it is interesting because it's magic, right?
It is magic.
Like the guy says to the girl, like, la 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 la, you're less than me, whatever. Then she's like, yeah, he's an, because in German, this was a footnote we didn't read. Deceiver, in the original, it's Augenverdreher, which is eye twister. It was a common word for deceiving. And it's also in a romantic manner. You know, like to twist someone's eyes is also to like make them go crazy for you. So once she has the word for it, this is what he did, you know, in a sense.
Fuck, man. So we can talk and we don't have to twist our eyes. It's good to be a neurotic.
Yeah, man, I can say fuck you and you don't do it, you know, like you don't literally.
Fuck the Les and Guittari. I don't want to live in a world in which fuck it, man, let's end this, because we did for 5 hours.
Man,
yeah, this was the shit.
David McCarricker, I want a gold star for this, please. another one. I want to be on the chalkboard. I want my name on the top, next to Łukacz's name, and then you draw some some stars around it.
This is
No,
the
man, this was great.
this is the
I-
lodge of people who got sick, stayed at home, and decided to read Freud. And Kerem gets also a gold star because we don't
Yeah.
do that. Yeah.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. Fuck the concept of gold stars. But I would, if anyone actually listens to it, we didn't share it on the screen, the actual text, but I think it's very good to read along if you have the time for it and the energy. And we would never tell you to pull PDFs from the internet. You don't do that. It's very bad. Even if it's very easy to do with Freud's essays, don't do it.
Even if you can get a complete works of Sigmund Freud .pdf, then don't do it. But man, I shared the text. It's fine. They can read, but also get a PDF from a legal version, a legal source. Okay.
Yeah.
I will end the recording. See, if you watch this, then you get nothing but satisfaction. So yeah, thanks.